Chapter 246. David had been staying in Kaji's virtual world and watched the first round of the six-man team competition through the broadcast. After the competition began, the randomness of the group placement was too strong. David saw a group of 6 Kaji randomly placed into a group of level 1 Zergs and were instantly torn to pieces. Seeing this scene, David and James looked at each other, feeling a little apprehensive. No matter how strong David was, he would not be able to protect himself in a group of level 1 Zergs, let alone James. In fact, the 106-man teams did not wait for an hour. After 46 minutes, the top 10 teams were determined and all of them were injured. Kaji participating in the 2-man team competition, please get ready. After 10 seconds, you will be teleported into the Zergs according to your group. Please get ready. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the last number was announced, David and James disappeared from the resting room and appeared in the Zerg's tower. As soon as David's feet touched the ground, he immediately held the level 2 large shield in his hand. Their luck was not good. They appeared right in front of the 3 hunter mantises, and the last hunter mantis stabbed its sharp forelimbs at James. With a clang, the hunter mantis forelimb was blocked by David's large shield. David's body was also shaken by the hunter mantis attack. This was also because David's shield mastery had been upgraded to master level. If it were before, using the shield to block the attack of the level 1 insectoid hunter mantis in such a hurry would cause David to take a few steps back to neutralize the huge force even if he did not suffer light injuries. Haha, luckily I brought you here. James laughed as he slashed the level 2 heavy axe at the hunter mantis. David did not change his weapon at this time. He was still holding the big shield. After he was prepared, the 3 hunter mantises did not attract much attention from him. Not to mention him, even James with the level 2 heavy axe could kill the 3 hunter mantises. The hunter mantis' strongest point was its speed. This was also James' advantage. David helped James block the attacks of the other 2 hunter mantises while observing the situation nearby. There were indeed many Zergs in the Zerg's tower. There were 5 groups fighting within a 1-kilometer radius. However, it was easier to obtain level 2 weapons in the virtual world in Kaji. Therefore, as long as these Kaji were prepared, they could kill level 1 Zergs even if their numbers were not large. Of the 5 groups, 2 of the Kaji were injured. It was difficult for them to hold on and they would be eliminated soon. Although the Kaji here could easily deal with level 1 Zergs, it was not the case in reality. This did not mean that the Kaji's combat power was weakened in the real world. It was just that level 2 weapons were not so common in the real world. In the virtual world of Kaji, as long as one kept fighting and was careful not to fight against opponents that were too strong, it would not be difficult to obtain a level 2 weapon. However, in reality, level 2 weapons were still in short supply. Only the rich Kaji could have a level 2 weapon. A normal Kaji would still have to use a level 1 weapon to fight. If one used a level 1 weapon to fight a level 1 Zerg, without the advantage of a weapon, the level 1 Zerg's strong body would have an advantage in the battle. After David confirmed that there were no Kaji around that could threaten him, he took out the level 2 heavy axe with his right hand and activated his extreme speed talent. With the shield in front of him, he rushed forward unreasonably. The hunter mantis that was fighting Genlis had already suffered a few blows and could not hold on any longer. At this moment, David's shield collided with the 2 hunter mantises. A huge impact was transmitted from the shield. David used this huge force to spin his body. The shield absorbed part of the huge force, and the rest of the force was channeled into the heavy axe. The heavy axe drew a beautiful arc and passed through the gap between the forelimbs of the 2 hunter mantises. At the same time, it swept across the heads of the 2 hunter mantises. Genlis had just finished his battle and David had also finished off the 2 hunter mantises. I need to occupy a high ground. David pointed at a hill not far away. That hill was the highest point in the vicinity. Sniping required the support of the environment to achieve the best combat power. "Brother, help me!" Kaji from the other group saw that David had finished his battle and quickly shouted for help. Their group was as unlucky as David's group. They had encountered the Zergs as soon as they appeared. However, they were not as strong as David and could not withstand the first round of attacks from the Zergs. One of the Kaji in the group was severely injured and his combat power was only half of his usual. With the level 2 weapon in his hand, he could barely hold on, but he could not hold on for long. "Ignore them!" Genlis was worried that David would be soft-hearted and quickly reminded him. David shook his head and smiled. Even on the battlefield, he would not casually attack. Not to mention, in the virtual world of Kaji, there was no real death. As they moved towards the top of the hill, they encountered a few more level 1 Zergs. There were hunter mantises, spiked caliceri, and giant worm. They were all common level 1 Zergs and David casually killed them. When they reached the top of the hill, they could see more group. There were 12 groups around the hill. David took off the Death's Eye and laid down on the ground, loading the 50 level 1 bullets into the pressure chamber. David, 16 o'clock. That group of Kaji is very strong. Send them away. Genlis was on guard for David while he acted as an observer and reported the position of the strongest group. "Roger that," David said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a grade 1 bullet shot out with a loud bang. 2 Kaji were about to end their battle when one of them trembled and a large hole appeared in his head. The other Kaji was shocked. When he saw his comrade being killed, his movements slowed down. The consequence of being slow in a battle with the Zergs was to be attacked by the Zergs. With the vitality of the Zergs, even when they were on the verge of death, they could still unleash a terrifying attack. When the Kaji was distracted, the giant worm seized the opportunity and clamped down on the Kaji's body. The exoskeleton armor could not withstand such an attack. When the Kaji pierced the giant worm's head with his weapon, his body was split into 2. The loud sniper gunshot alerted all the Kaji who were fighting. The experienced Kaji knew what the sound was and quickly looked for cover. However, some of the inexperienced Kaji noticed what was going on. There were many spectators for the 2-person team competition. Such competitions were the best way to find and recruit talent. Although the Kaji's identity in the virtual world was kept a secret, many organizations would find good seedlings to nurture every year. How did a sniper Kaji sneak in? In a meeting room, a general in a lieutenant general's uniform asked in a deep voice. The change in the Kaji virtual world's Lunka Cup semifinals had come from this Lieutenant General Dane. According to the news from Warstar, the Zergs were becoming more and more active. Based on past patterns, there was a high chance that the Zergs would launch a counterattack in the next few years. The Zergs' counterattack would not be a war of attrition. It would only appear once every few decades, and each time, it would greatly deplete Warstar's combat strength. In order to let the Kaji of planet Lunka know the cruelty of battle, Lieutenant General Dane had chosen to hold the semifinals in an insect tower so that every participant would feel the fear of being torn apart by the Zergs. In recent years, the Kaji of planet Lunka had been living too peacefully. Even the Lunka Cup had become a competition that was mainly for spectators. If the military needed to increase its manpower, the Kaji of planet Lunka would mostly become cannon fodder if they were sent to Warstar. Lieutenant General Dane, this Kaji used a heavy axe and a large shield. He should be a Kaji with a talent for weapons. A staff officer standing behind Dane said. Even the military could not bypass the law to check the identity of Kaji in the virtual world, so they could only make a judgment based on their previous actions. Put some pressure on him so that he can't use his sniper rifle, Lieutenant General Dane sternly ordered. Lieutenant General Dane, do you mean to intervene in the competition? The staff officer looked at Lieutenant General Dane in surprise and asked for confirmation. Do as I say. Lieutenant General Dane waved his hand. He did not like losing control, and it was precisely because he knew that there was no sniper Kaji that he used this method to participate in the semifinals. A sniper Kaji in this environment would affect the balance too much. David did not know that someone was increasing the difficulty for him. He had already aimed his death's eye at another group of Kaji, which was also the strongest group nearby. Although there was no sound isolation device, the Kaji were scattered all around. They would not gather towards him because of the sound of the sniper rifle. Instead, some of the Kaji who were alerted by the sound of the sniper rifle would accidentally encounter him. The Kaji group that David was aiming at was the same. They killed the first group of Zergs, but after hearing the gunshot, they were discovered by another group of 4 level 1 Zergs. Both sides immediately engaged in battle. Just as David was about to activate the Death's Eye, he felt a sense of danger. This was Kaji's virtual world. The danger here was not very real, and David's danger perception was not very useful. However, as long as he felt a little danger, it meant that there was a great danger. Instantly, David threw away the Death's Eye in his hand without hesitation and picked up the level 2 large shield and heavy axe beside him. Genlis did not know what was happening, but he trusted David. He immediately approached David and shielded David's back. The two of them stood back to back. Just as the two of them were in a defensive position, a group of Ripper bugs appeared out of thin air. They were the most difficult level 1 Zergs to deal with. They had the ability to fly and their speed was extremely terrifying. Run! David did not hesitate. He knew that he could not deal with the Ripper bugs as soon as he saw them. This was a group of at least 50 Ripper bugs. Without the terrain advantage and the cooperation of dozens of Kaji, it was almost impossible to win against so many Ripper bugs. David exerted force with his feet and placed the shield in front of him. At the same time, the heavy axe in his right hand slashed across the ground. The dirt and dust on the ground were swept into the sky by him. His extreme speed and strength oscillation talents were fully activated. The dirt and dust did not attack the Ripper bug. The power of the dirt and dust was not even enough to tickle the Ripper bug. The dirt and dust affected the vision of the Ripper bug. With the level 2 heavy axe and the force of David's sweep, the area covered by the dust was not small. David added this movement and started running. He was just 1 step behind Genlis. However, after 5 meters, David caught up with Genlis. When he passed by Genlis, David grabbed Genlis in his hand and unleashed his extreme speed to the limit. Genlis had always thought that David's speed was stronger than his speed talent. However, there was a limit to how strong it was. However, when David grabbed him, he realized that he was wrong. When David was running at full speed, he could reach a speed of 100 meters in 3.2 seconds. After activating his extreme speed, he could reach a speed of 100 meters in 1.6 seconds. In other words, a distance of 100 meters could be covered by David in just 1 step. It was almost impossible for a Kaji to reach such a speed. The human body's extreme speed was studied in the past. The extreme speed of 100 meters was 2.37 seconds. Unless it was a transcendent, no Kaji could exceed this speed. Genlis could guarantee with his life that David's extreme speed was definitely faster than 2.37 seconds. Although David's speed was fast, the Ripper bugs were not slow either. Although they were affected by the dust, they quickly found their target. David had come to a conclusion early on. If he wanted to escape the pursuit of the Shredder bugs, he couldn't just rely on his speed alone. There were 2 groups of Kaji in the direction he was running. Of course, the 2 groups of Kaji also saw the Ripper bugs in the sky and started running as well. However, their speed could not be compared to David's. David was getting closer and closer to them, and the Ripper bugs were getting closer and closer to David. Everyone knew that when running for your life, you did not need to be faster than your pursuers. You just needed to be faster than your pursuers. David was doing just that. The 2 Kaji in the same group heard the sound of wind. Then, they saw a figure pass by them. The figure was carrying a Kaji in his hand, and he quickly overtook them. Damn it! The two armored soldiers had just cursed when the swarm of ripper-winged insects in the sky arrived. The ripper bugs had their first target. However, the two Kaji were only able to delay the ripper bugs for less than 2 seconds before they turned into white light and disappeared. The ripper bugs continued to chase after David, who was 100 meters away. "Don't come over! Run in another direction!" The Kaji in front of them shouted loudly. At the same time, they waved the weapons in their hands to show their determination. If David dared to overtake them, they would immediately attack. David ignored them. The two Kaji were not very strong to begin with. They used a war hammer and a heavy axe respectively. Both were heavy weapons. David was not worried about being attacked at all. Chapter 247. The two Kaji's weapons missed their target. David held his shield in his left hand and carried his heavy axe on his back. His right hand was carrying James. Under the attack of the two weapons, his body swayed slightly. He did not fight back, nor did he stop. He just passed by the two Kajis. James did not want to be caught by David, but he knew that if he did not want to be eliminated, he would not be able to do it with his speed. The path that David chose was very purposeful. There was a huge rock in front of him that could block the sight of the ripping insects behind him for a short period of time. When he carried James behind the rock and out of the sight of the ripping insects, it was also the time when the ripping insects came into contact with the two Kajis. They did not continue to run. Running on the ground was no match for the ripping insects flying in the sky. The level 2 grade shield in David's left hand cut into the ground behind the big rock, and a piece of soil was lifted up. He first pushed James into the space created by the shield, and then hid himself inside. At this time, the Master Shield Mastery came into play. The shield vibrated slightly, and the soil spread evenly on their bodies. At the same time, the shield was connected to the ground. This was a Kaji's battle technique. It allowed the shield to transmit the force it received to the ground. David used this technique to make the shield become part of the ground. The shield also perfectly concealed the presence of the two. Of course, this kind of camouflage was not very effective against the experienced Kajis. An obvious bump in the ground was very strange. However, for the Zergs, as long as they could not sense the presence of the target, they would naturally look for the nearest target. There were too many Kajis in this area. Under such circumstances, the ripping insects would not only focus on one target. Although these ripping insects were simulated using Skynet's calculations, their habits perfectly replicated the instincts of the real ripping insects. Something must be wrong. Why are there suddenly so many ripper insects? They're not giving anyone a chance to survive. Genli said softly in the communication channel of the exoskeleton armor. David could feel it as well. To Kaji's team, the swarm of ripper-winged insects was undefeatable. The only result of encountering such a swarm of ripper-flying insects was to be torn to shreds. Even David himself had burst forth with his fastest speed. He still needed the influence of Kaji's team to find this opportunity. The two Kaji were killed by the ripper-winged insects as they cursed. They turned into white light and disappeared from the bug tower. This wasn't because the two Kaji were brave, but because all the Kaji here knew that this was all fake and not real death. They were angry because they had been eliminated from the competition. No one would be in a good mood if they were eliminated by an accident that they couldn't resist. The swarm of ripper-winged insects flew past the boulder. They did not see their previous target. Just as David had predicted, they immediately targeted the two Kajis who were running 2 kilometers away. Since they were in Kaji's virtual world, David did not have the help of the shadow attendant. In addition, the senses of the ripping insects were very sensitive. David did not dare to use the exoskeleton armor's scanning device carelessly. Therefore, David and Genli stayed underground for a while longer. After 2 minutes, David finally raised his shield. "Let's go back and get the sniper rifle," David said in a deep voice as he looked at the swarm of ripper-winged insects that were 5 kilometers away. Don't tell me you want to snipe the ripping insects? Genlis was shocked when he heard David's words. He knew very well that the only thing that could pose a threat to the ripping insects was a long-range sniper rifle. However, if there were only about 10 ripping insects, a sniper rifle might be able to do a good job. In reality, there were 50 ripping insects. They did not have sound isolation equipment, and they did not have the powerful Kaji's protection. Using a sniper rifle would be targeted again very quickly. I don't like to wait for death, David said as he turned around and ran. Many of the Kajis who were watching the competition guessed that there was an external force that affected the competition. This was because when David used the sniper rifle to snipe, he was the Kajis who received the most attention out of all the Kajis who were present. Many of the spectators were looking at David. Therefore, when the swarm of ripping insects appeared out of thin air, they all saw it. The only people who could do this were the military or the government's higher-up. Therefore, there were soon voices of protest. They complained to the government and the military about this. However, no one paid attention to these complaints. There was a statement in the Renka Cup that said all the explanations belonged to the organizers. Since the organizers were the military and the government, and the one who gave the order was Lieutenant General Dane of the military, there was no response to such complaints at all. However, Lieutenant General Dane, who was sitting in the meeting room, did not look very happy. Although his order was carried out, the result was not what he expected. The 50 ripping insects did not kill the Kajis who was disrupting the Renka Cup. Instead, they began to massacre the other Kajis who were in the bug tower. Lieutenant General Dane, who had been in a high position for a long time, did not like this kind of accident that ruined his plan. Although it was obvious that David was doing this for survival, Lieutenant General Dane thought that if he wanted you to die, you had to die. However, it was not good for him to intervene in the team competition between the two. Although he had a lot of authority, the virtual world of the soldier was not something he could completely control. If it were not for the fact that they were the organizers of this competition, Lieutenant General Dane would not have been able to control the bugs in the bug tower. Lieutenant General Dane looked at the image in front of him with a gloomy face and asked in a deep voice, "Check if this invincible Kaji has another individual competition." On the image, David had obtained the Death's Eye again and found a more hidden sniping spot. Lieutenant General Dane felt that this was a provocation. Lieutenant General Invincible will be participating in the individual competition in the next round. The staff officer quickly found the result and replied, "Very good." Lieutenant General Dane nodded and said with his eyes squinted. David did not know that he was being watched by a lieutenant general. He was currently in a shallow cave. The cave was only about 3 meters wide. If the ripping insects wanted to attack, there could only be 2 of them at the same time. Of course, the walls of the cave could not withstand the attack of the ripping insects. It was not the most suitable sniping spot. However, this was a bug tower. When the terrain was designed, it was based on the widest space in the wild. There were not many unique terrains. The short mountain and shallow cave were the only terrains that David could see that could affect the ripping insects. Now that Genlis had relaxed, he even had the time to look at the situation of the teams in the competition. At that moment, there were only 35 teams left out of the 100 Kaji teams, and the number was still decreasing. In the boundless space, the swarm of ripper-winged insects was like a group of bugs. Kaji's teams had almost no way to avoid them. They could only keep increasing the distance between them and the ripping insect. However, how could they outrun the speed of the ripping insects? The teams were killed one by one and were eliminated from the competition. There were also some Kaji's teams that formed a temporary team to fight against the ripping insect. It was a good idea, but the 2-man Kaji's team mainly focused on attacking each other. Basically, Kaji's team did not have a big shield. In addition, the impromptu Kaji's team was not familiar with working together. Plus, there were 50 ripping insects. Kaji's team's resistance became a faster slaughter. Woody, I have good news for you, Genlis said in a strange tone. What is it? David asked casually. He had been using Death's Eye to observe the ripping insects in the sky. There will be only 10 teams left soon. We can enter the top 10 without having to fight the ripping insects, Genlis said as he looked at the decreasing number of teams. David and Genlis were in an area that had already been cleared by the ripping insects. Therefore, the ripping insects did not fly over. Instead, they chased after the newly discovered Kaji. Even if David wanted to fight, he couldn't do it. After a few minutes, the ripping insects in the sky suddenly turned into white light and disappeared. Congratulations! You have passed the semi-finals. With the Skynet notification, David and Genlis disappeared from the bug tower and returned to the resting room. Haha, we are in the top 10. Genlis shouted excitedly. The participants of the Lunka Cup were the younger generation of the Lunka planet. They were Kaji who were under 50 years old. Genlis was very happy to be able to enter the top 10 among these Kajis. Besides, he had seen the list of the top 10. Kaji, who had made a bet with him, was not in the top 10. He was probably unlucky enough to have encountered the ripping insects and ended the competition early. Woody, I will give you the bet later. Let's see what that guy has to say now. Genlis's voice was filled with unconcealable pride. Okay, I have received the countdown for the individual competition. Let's go in. David nodded. In the military conference room, the staff officer helplessly operated the screen in front of him. He could not refuse Lieutenant General Dane's orders. Of course, he also understood that Lieutenant General Dane was only doing this because this was a virtual competition. In a real battle, Lieutenant General Dane was known for his coldness and decisiveness. He would not act on impulse like this. In recent years, the number of Kaji on Lunka planet had been increasing. However, the death rate on the planet had always been one of the highest in the Iridia sector. As the main planet of the Iridia sector, Lunka planet had the best resources. However, the death rate reflected the quality of the younger Kaji. In a recent Interstellar Federation military conference, Lieutenant General Dane was ridiculed by the generals of other planet. Although most of it was just jokes, it still made Lieutenant General Dane feel very bad. Moreover, this batch of Kaji was likely to participate in the cruelest Star Wars, so Lieutenant General Dane increased his requirement. As for Lieutenant General Dane targeting David, that was only to eliminate the possibility of accidents. This was the best way for important people to solve problems. 3, 2, 1. After the countdown ended, David disappeared from the resting room and appeared in the bug tower. As soon as he appeared, David knew that something was wrong. Beside him was a sea of hunter mantises, and the scan on the visor gave a number, 226 hunter mantises. In a situation where he was surrounded, the use of the large shield was limited. Therefore, David did not take it off. Instead, he used the level 2 heavy axe in his hand. A blue light flashed, and a hunter mantis that was about to attack him because of his sudden appearance was killed with a single swing of the axe. Extreme speed and strength shock talents were all activated. This was not a matter of saving stamina, but how long he could live. David's body flashed and dodged an attack from a hunter mantis. Then, he swung the level 2 heavy axe in his hand again and killed the hunter mantis. He had fought with the hunter mantis many times, so he knew exactly where the hunter mantis's fatal weakness was. Therefore, every strike was accurate and fatal. Invincible is done for. This was the thought of everyone watching the match. At the same time, they were even more furious at the way the match was affected. The first time could be an accident, but if it happened twice in a row, it could not be an accident. Genlis was also watching. His fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes were filled with anger. David did not have time to think. The heavy axe in his hand was fully unleashing the power of a master. Every strike would kill a hunter mantis. Unfortunately, When more than 200 hunter mantises formed an encirclement, David's extreme speed talent could only increase his attack speed. Movement was out of the question. Hunter mantises were all around him. These hunter mantises seemed to have received some kind of order. They used the densest formation to crush him. A hunter mantis attacked with its forelimbs. David had just completed a kill, so he had no time to dodge. Of course, he could not dodge because there were hunter mantises all around him. He could only try his best to avoid the fatal parts. A wound appeared on the left shoulder of his exoskeleton armor. This was the first time he was injured in the battle, but he acted as if he did not see it. The battle was still going on. The hunter mantis was killed with a flash of a grade 2 heavy axe, but there was another wound on its body. Fortunately, David was carrying a level 2 large shield on his back. It was his second choice as a weapon, but it became an important safeguard for David to hold on. At least the attacks from David's back did not have much effect on David. Although the hunter mantis attack contained a huge force that made him bleed through the large shield on his back, it would not cause him to lose his ability to fight in a short time. Chapter 248. Kaji's virtual world was very real. It was so real that the pain was 100% reflected on his body. In just a short 40 seconds, David did not stop attacking with the level 2 heavy axe in his hand since he appeared. There were already 7 wounds on his body, and every few seconds, a new wound would appear on his body. David had never felt as hopeless as he was now. He had experienced many life and death situations, but he had survived every single one of them. But this time, there were too many hunter mantises around him, and they were obviously different from normal hunter mantises. These hunter mantises seemed to be under the guidance of the hunter mantis king, or even more so than the hunter mantis king's command. David killed another hunter mantis, but 2 more hunter mantises attacked him at the same time. He blocked them with his heavy axe, and the force shock on the heavy axe made the 2 hunter mantises pause for a moment. The 2 hunter mantises had also blocked the attack from the hunter mantises behind them. However, there was still one hunter mantis that attacked David from the side a split second later than the 2 hunter mantises. At this time, David had no way to dodge. He blocked in front of his body with his unarmed left hand. The exoskeleton armor on his arm could not block the hunter mantis attack, and his left arm was cut deep to the bone. David did not even frown. He just took the opportunity when the hunter mantis attack was blocked and killed it with the heavy axe in his right hand. Only then did he have the chance to swing the heavy axe in his hand towards the 2 hunter mantises that were affected by the power shock. However, due to the time difference, the 2 hunter mantises had already recovered. Although they couldn't dodge David's heavy axe, they still managed to inflict 2 more wounds on David's body. Pain was not scary, and David had already gotten used to it. Compared to the advanced Kaji body art he practiced every day, this kind of pain was nothing. Especially when he knew that the pain would not really affect his body, so he did not have to worry about the pain at all. However, the blood loss also slowed down his movement. Kaji's virtual world reduced his speed according to the blood loss. This was the normal slowing down of the body's reaction. The slower he moved, the more injuries he suffered. David could only use his injured left hand to assist in defense. Although it was called an auxiliary defense, it was actually using his left arm to block the attacks on his vital parts. His right arm, however, was well protected. Aside from some minor injuries, he did not suffer any serious injuries. This allowed his attacks to be as fierce as ever. At this point in the battle, the corpses of 24 hunter mantises in front of David showed how strong he was. As long as the hunter mantis was hit by David's heavy axe, it would definitely die. This was also a requirement that every soldier who had received formal education had been taught. When fighting against the insectoids, one had to deal a fatal blow. As long as the insectoids were left with a bit of life force, the injured insectoids would still be able to fight. Unfortunately, most of the Kaji could not do this, but David perfectly met this requirement. David stood in a pool of green and red blood. The green blood was the hunter mantis, and the red blood was his own. The blood gathered under his feet. His left forearm had been chopped by the hunter mantis attack. Although it was still able to block, it was not as agile as before. David let out a loud roar. He had completely let go of himself and no longer dodged. Instead, he fought the hunter mantis head-on. He would use Spirit Outburst to accurately determine the fatal attack of the hunter mantis attack. He would dodge the fatal attack and counterattack at the same time. 1 minute was up. David's exoskeleton armor was almost broken. Other than his back, which was protected by the Grade 2 shield, there was no part of his body that was intact. Compared to the external injuries, David's internal injuries were more serious. However, Kaji's judgment of death in the virtual world was based on the complete loss of life force and severe damage to the vital parts. David's current situation was that his life force was still intact, and his vital parts were not severely damaged. The audience was stunned. No one thought that the battle would last until now. Surrounded by a group of hunter mantis, there was no chance for him to move, but he was still able to fight the hunter mantis head-on for 1 minute. David, who was covered in blood, showed the Kaji what it meant to be tough. Even if David was injured, he still maintained a tenacious fighting spirit. At this moment, David felt extreme exhaustion in his body. The loss of blood, in addition to using his extreme speed and strength shock talent, had pushed his body past its limit. The Grade 2 heavy axe in his right hand seemed extremely heavy at this moment. He did not dare to breathe. He kept a breath in his body. If he exhaled, he was afraid that he would collapse among the hunter mantis. Countless life and death battles had made him an unyielding character. Even if he died, he would drag a few people down with him. A foot pierced his lower abdomen. He could not hold on to the breath in his body, and it was gone. However, David forcefully slammed his head into the hunter mantis in front of him. At the same time, the heavy axe cut into the hunter mantis's head. The reason why he cut was because David's strength was not enough to swing the heavy axe. He could only use his body to press down on the heavy axe and use the strength of his whole body to attack. As the hunter mantis's neck was cut by the heavy axe, David was completely surrounded by the hunter mantis. David's figure was completely gone. After a few seconds, a white light disappeared from the spot, and the group of hunter mantises finally stopped. At this time, 38 hunter mantis had died. The audience looked at the hunter mantis's corpse on the ground and did not recover for a long time. David returned to the lounge. The pain in his body disappeared at the same time, and his strength returned to his body. He stood in the lounge and did not break away from the battle just now. Everything was too real. For a Kaji from planet Monolith, he only had one death. This kind of death experience was definitely not a good feeling. I can't die in Kaji's virtual world, David said to himself. Getting used to this kind of death was definitely not a good thing. For Kaji, who was on the verge of death, too many deaths would make Kaji lose his fear of death. The fear of death was a manifestation of the body's desire for life. It was this desire that made people have a premonition in the face of death. However, David believed that as long as he often experienced death in Kaji's virtual world, this premonition would decrease without limit. "Woody, are you okay?" Genlis asked worriedly. He also saw the battle just now. That kind of fierce battle made his hair stand on end. He could not imagine that a high school student like David could fight so crazily. This was only a virtual battle. In a situation where one knew they would die, there was no need to resist like that. As long as they let down their guard, they would be killed and respawned. "I'm fine. I just had a feeling. Is this Kaji's virtual world really good?" David shook his head and said softly, "What you encountered was just a special situation. This has never happened before. I've never seen a group of more than 200 hunter mantises in the bug tower. Genlis thought David was talking about the situation just now and could not help but explain. No, I'm not talking about the battle just now. I'm worried that if I get used to death like this, I'll lose my vigilance when I encounter death in reality. David said in a deep voice. I don't think so. Most of the Kaji on our Lunka planet grew up like this. Genlis was stunned when he heard this and immediately shook his head. David did not say anything else. He did not know how to tell Genlis how he felt when he died just now. Perhaps for a Kaji who often cultivated in Kaji's virtual world, death was already an extremely common thing. David looked at the projection screen in the lounge. It was playing the live broadcast of the individual semifinals. He realized that he was the only one who was besieged by the Zergs. The rest of the Kaji's encounters were all normal. Is someone targeting me? David hesitated for a moment and asked. His woody identity had only appeared for a few days. Although he had accepted hundreds of challenges and won all of them, there was no way he would seek revenge. If that was the case, there were so many Kaji who had become famous in Kaji's virtual world. It would not be a newbie like him who would seek revenge. Someone must be targeting you secretly. If necessary, I can ask around. However, the person who can affect this kind of competition has to have a very high status. It'll be very difficult for you to even meet him. Genlis said with certainty. Forget it. I have my own cultivation method. It doesn't matter if Kaji's virtual world doesn't welcome me. I'll just use up my points when I come in the future. David said nonchalantly. Ever since he found out about the drawbacks of Kaji's virtual world, his interest in cultivating here had decreased by a lot. Although the effects of cultivating here were very good, if someone were to target him, he would have to consider whether it was worth it to cultivate here. In fact, he only needed to practice his sniping ability. He did not have much need for Kaji's virtual world. Once he built his AI system, he could completely simulate a virtual world that was similar to this one. As long as there was no close combat calculation, the attack calculation method of long-range sniping was not complicated. Woody, since someone is targeting you and you're worried about dying here, then don't participate in tomorrow's two-person team finals. Genlis suggested. It won't affect your bet, right? David heard from Genlis that the winner of the bet had been decided, but he still asked. Just wait to receive the bet. Genlis said with a laugh. If there's nothing else, I'll go first. David said goodbye to Genlis. Genlis also nodded understandingly. This was David's first time dying in Kaji's virtual world. It was normal for him to not be able to accept it immediately. The best way was to give David time to slowly adapt. David walked out of Kaji's virtual cabin and shook his head as he looked at Kaji's virtual cabin. He did not want to experience the feeling of death a second time. He still had 19,409 points. He wanted to plan how to use them and then use them all. Back in the villa, David felt that something was wrong with him. He was very clear about his condition. As long as there was anything wrong with his body, he would be able to sense it. He summoned the shadow attendant and pressed one hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder to activate the attributes panel. As he looked at the familiar attributes, he finally saw the difference. Spirit, 5, 94, 1. He knew very well that his previous spirit was 5, 95. This meant that one death in Kaji's virtual world caused him to lose 0, 1 spirit. If he had to give an order of magnitude to the lost spirit, then the shadow attendant would have to absorb about 10 Kaji's souls to increase David's lost spirit. Of course, this did not mean that the souls of 10 Kajis were the same as the 0, 1 spirit. When the shadow attendant absorbed the souls, most of the soul energy would be absorbed by the shadow attendant. Only a small portion would be absorbed by David's soul, increasing David's spirit. David did not know if anyone knew that Kaji's death in the virtual world would affect a person's mind, but he clearly saw the consequences. In the military conference room, Lieutenant General Dane also saw the bloody battle between Woody and the Hunter Mantis. When he saw Woody's determination to fight to the death, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Wasn't this the fighting spirit that the military had always promoted? That fearless desire to fight, that courage that treated pain like nothing, and that terrifying fighting technique allowed Lieutenant General Dane to see the unique spirit that belonged only to Warstar. As he watched Woody fight, he thought of his comrades from Warstar. The dissatisfaction in his heart toward Woody also disappeared along with Woody's battle, leaving only extreme satisfaction. Staff officer, contact this Woody, and ask him if he's willing to join the military. I'll give him special treatment. Lieutenant General Dane turned his head and ordered. The staff officer was taken aback. Lieutenant General Dane had taken a liking to Woody. The staff officer was not surprised by Lieutenant General Dane's change in attitude. Since Lieutenant General Dane had seen such a good seedling, he would not let him go. The staff officer worked on the screen and sent a request to Woody, but Skynet quickly replied that Woody was not online. Lieutenant General, Woody logged off after his death, the staff officer reported. Pay attention and contact Woody as soon as he comes online, Lieutenant General Dane said with a wave of his hand. They did not know what David had discovered after Kaji's death in the virtual world, which had caused David to resist Kaji's virtual world. Just as David had thought, aside from spending points, it was very unlikely that he would enter Kaji's virtual world again. In particular, he knew that Kaji's death in the virtual world would affect his mind in the real world, so David had to be extremely careful. David did not understand much about the use of spirit, but his spirit had saved his life many times. Moreover, his ability to use spirit surpassed the limits of reality and became his trump card. Chapter 249. The next day, David did not have to go to school, so he woke up early as usual. With the Level 3 Strengthen Meat and the Advanced Kaji Body Technique training, he walked out of the gene repair cabin and checked his attributes panel. His strength had increased by 10 kilograms and his physique had also increased. Although it was a break, David did not really have time to rest. The equipment he bought yesterday morning was all sent to the first floor in the afternoon, filling up a large warehouse. David came to the warehouse and looked at the precision equipment that was fixed in shockproof packaging. Originally, these precision equipment were installed by himself, but David's request was a little strange. He did not want the professionals to notice anything. The two large servers were, of course, not in the warehouse. They were too big. The AI butler, Emma, arranged for them to be in the empty space in the basement. Electronic countermeasure, 22% perfect. Mechanical maintenance, 87% perfect. Spaceship maintenance, 65% perfect. These three master-level abilities allowed David to not need the help of the professionals. David did not have any professional maintenance equipment, but the exoskeleton armor itself had some auxiliary maintenance functions. This was a general ability of the exoskeleton armor. In some important situations, the soldiers wearing the exoskeleton armor could enter areas that ordinary people could not enter, especially in space. Some simple repairs that needed to be done outside the spaceship were done by the soldiers. David chose the exoskeleton armor with the most auxiliary functions from his collection of exoskeleton armors. He then stayed in the basement alone to install the large servers. The energy of the large servers was needless to say. It was impossible to use the city's energy supply. Not to mention that it was not safe. If someone cut off the city's energy supply, the large servers would be forced to shut down. Therefore, the large servers used Krypton as their energy source. David spent tens of millions of credits to buy enough Krypton and had the AI butler, Emma, replenish the energy at any time. It was hard to tell the amount of energy consumed by large servers. If there were not many calculations, it might take many years to consume one Krypton crystal. However, if there were large and complex calculations, it might consume one krypton crystal in dozens of days. This was because David's large server only served David alone. Kaji's virtual world consumed an astronomical amount of energy, so only the Interstellar Federation could build it. David's work progressed very quickly. He finished installing the 2 large servers in the morning and connected them together in parallel. In the afternoon, he began to install the smart system in the room he had prepared on the first floor according to the plan he had designed. This task was very complicated and couldn't be completed that day. Many of the equipment needed to be refurbished, and the complexity of the process was beyond imagination. In fact, an intelligent system like the Macintosh Design Studio could not be completed by one person. It required a professional intelligent engineering designer to design it first, and then a group of experts in various fields to verify it. Next was the development of the relevant equipment, and finally the installation. The installation was also completed by a large number of technical personnel. David, on the other hand, had only taken a look at the intelligence system in Macintosh's Design Studio. After a short period of design, he had started to purchase and install the system. Any expert in an experimental research institute would be stunned and start doubting their lives if they saw this. With 3 master-level abilities, David's practical and theoretical abilities were at the top of the industry. At night, although David did not pay attention to the Lunka Cup, Genli still sent him a message to inform him of some things. Due to the unfair treatment of Invincible, the fairness of the Lunka Cup was questioned. Especially the top 10 in the individual competition, when they saw Invincible being surrounded by more than 200 hunter mantises. He still managed to kill 38 hunter mantises before being killed. Such a result made the top 10 lose their joy. Not to mention the attitude of the Kaji audience. They looked at the top 10 with suspicion, thinking that it was one of the top 10 that affected the fairness of the competition. Invincible was like a legend. First, he accepted the challenge of more than 600 Kaji and told everyone the truth of the title Invincible with no loss. After that, it was the competition. Whether it was the pair competition or the individual competition, the first round was as easy as an adult bullying a child, but the second round showed the true strength of Invincible. Originally, many Kaji wanted to contact Invincible. On the one hand, they wanted to be friends, and on the other hand, they wanted to recruit Invincible. Among the top 10 in the pair competition, only 9 Kaji groups were left because Invincible withdrew from the competition. Kaji did not care about who would be the champion, they only cared about Invincible withdrawing from the competition. All kinds of rumors were circulating in the Kaji virtual world, and there was a heated discussion in the Kaji forum. David, you really should have participated in the pair competition. Now, because of your withdrawal, there are even rumors that you were assassinated. James said with a bitter smile. James, as a friend, I advise you to avoid entering the Kaji virtual world as much as possible. David hesitated for a moment, but still advised. James treated him well, so he was obliged to remind this Kaji virtual world about the dangers of the virtual world. David, I went back and asked the teacher yesterday. Regarding what you said about death in the virtual world affecting one's sense of danger, the teacher said that this topic has been researched for a long time. Compared to the mysterious ability to sense danger, one's own combat power is the decisive factor. James replied with a smile. If you want to become a weapon master, it's best not to die in the Kaji virtual world. David could only give a final reminder. He could not directly say that Kaji's death in the virtual world would affect one's spirit. Only a person with such a strong spirit would experience a large decrease in spirit because of Kaji's death in the virtual world. Because David's total spirit was high, the decrease in spirit would be significant. It was also because of this that David felt that something was wrong. For example, a normal Kaji would only have a little more than 1 point of spirit. Every time Kaji died in the virtual world, the amount of spirit lost would be extremely small. In addition, his spirit perception was extremely low, so it was impossible for him to know. Don't look at how it only reduces a very small amount of spirit at one time. As long as the number of deaths in the virtual world of soldier increased, then the spirit reduced will also be a very shocking amount. The few weapon masters that David had met all had much stronger spirits than normal Kaji. This meant that the prerequisite to becoming a weapon master was very likely to be a strong spirit. You're saying that Kaji's death in the virtual world will affect Kaji's ability to become a weapon master? James was not a fool. He naturally understood the meaning behind David's words. If someone else had said this, he would not have believed it. So many Kaji fought in the Kaji virtual world, and death was a common occurrence. However, no one had ever said such a thing. However, he quickly realized that most weapon masters were not born in the Kaji virtual world. Instead, they went to planet Battlestar and went through life and death battles with the Zergs to advance. Could it really be related to this? This question arose in James's mind. However, David did not say anything else. He had already said what he needed to say. The next morning, David woke up at 5 o'clock. Because he had to go to school, he had to use the level 3 strengthen meat to practice the advanced Kaji physical technique for a long time. In addition, he also had to practice the flexible body technique, so he had to wake up early. During the day of school, David did not pay much attention in class. Instead, he read some books related to artificial intelligence on the screen in front of him. He had bought all this information on Skynet. Although he had the knowledge of a weapon master, there were still some things that he did not know. The school's teachers did not care about David. This was because David's exam results had become his biggest protection in school. The principal had personally told David to develop on his own. When he returned to the villa at night, he saw James waiting outside. "David, I'm here to give you the bet. This is something that we've already discussed. Please don't reject it." James smiled when he saw David and showed him the long box in his hand. "Come in and have a seat." David smiled and invited him into the living room. "Emma, get me 2 glasses of fruit juice." David sat on the sofa and ordered the AI butler Emma. "Yes, master." The AI butler Emma replied. This was the first time James heard the AI butler Emma speak. He was stunned when he heard the voice. "David, you actually let the AI butler use Emma's voice. Even the name is the same. Be careful, Miss Emma will sue you. Or her fans will find out and cause trouble for you." James pointed at the AI butler Emma and said, "I brought this from Planet Monolith. This set of voices was legally purchased on Planet Monolith. Moreover, Emma won't be so bored as to sue me." David smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. However, Miss Emma's family has a strong background. It's best not to have any conflicts." James reminded him. He placed the long box on the table and said, "It's for you." David took the long box and opened it. He thought that it was a weapon or something, but when he opened it, he realized that it was a guitar. It was not an electronic guitar, but a handmade one. The surface of the guitar was a little old, but it was well maintained. There was a strange symbol on the corner of the guitar. "Is this an antique?" David asked hesitantly. Although he was very knowledgeable, he did not know anything about antique. "God, why would I agree to give you the bet?" James could not help but put his hand on his forehead. He then pointed at the symbol on the corner of the guitar and said, "Do you really not know what this represents?" David did not waste any time. He immediately activated the ID bracelet on his wrist and scanned the symbol. He then searched the Skynet. Soon, a row of results appeared. These results all mentioned a name. Edwards, known as the best guitar player in the Federation. Although he had retired from the music industry, his guitar skills were unparalleled. Edwards was now more than 150 years old. He had used 5 guitars in his life. Each of his guitars had a unique symbol that belonged to him. David also found that the guitar in front of him was the second guitar that Edwards used. It was also the guitar that Edwards used at the peak of his career. "Nice guitar," David nodded and said with a smile after looking at the history of the guitar. "No, I can't see that you like it from your eyes. It's a pity for this guitar." James shook his head and said. However, this was the bet that he had agreed to give to David. Since he had agreed, he would not go back on his word. "Also, can I learn how to use a heavy axe from you in the future?" James looked at David with hopeful eyes. Originally, he had brought David to Kaji's club for the bet. On the other hand, he wanted David to guide him in Kaji's virtual world. Now that David had indicated that he would not enter Kaji's virtual world, his idea of learning from David fell through. Using the opportunity of giving the bet as an opportunity, James made a formal request to David through this kind of formal visit. "I don't have much time. You can only come once a week. I can only help you find the shortcomings in your mastery of the heavy axe. The rest is up to you." David did not refuse. This was something that he had mentioned to repay the help of Fox Transcendent. "That's great. Thank you. I know this is too much of a bother, but I haven't been able to improve my mastery of the heavy axe. You are the strongest heavy axe master I have ever seen," James said happily. If it was said that he had the idea of learning from David after his first defeat, then after seeing David use a heavy axe to kill 38 hunter mantises, he was even more determined to learn from David. After James left, David looked at the guitar in front of him and could not help but smile helplessly. This was not Planet Monolith after all. Although there were cultural pursuits on Planet Monolith, those pursuits occupied a very small part of life. On Planet Monolith, an expensive guitar was not as practical as a weapon that could protect oneself. Some green vegetables and fruits were more valuable to ordinary people than this guitar. However, on Planet Lunka, the bet between Kaji and Edward was a guitar. This was something that David found unbelievable. In his opinion, the most important thing between Kaji and Edward should be weapons, equipment, secret techniques, and so on. Looking at the search results just now, David very realistically began to inquire about the price of this guitar. If he didn't look at it, he wouldn't have known. The previous auction prices of the other guitars that belonged to Edwards had been more than 30 million credits, and the most recent auction price of this guitar had reached 55 million credit. Even if David was worth billions, looking at the old guitar in front of him, he still could not imagine how it could be so valuable. Of course, he would not sell this guitar. Emma was going to have a concert soon. She would probably like a new guitar. Thinking of this, David put the guitar back into the box and placed the box in the study room. He then continued to work on the intelligence system. Chapter 250. It was not until the new day of rest that David was able to successfully install and debug the intelligence system. This time was much later than he had estimated. The most important reason for this was the problem of knowledge storage. Fortunately, he was able to learn the relevant books very quickly. When the 3 master-level skills came into contact with the new knowledge of the professions, these new knowledge were quickly integrated into the master-level knowledge system. The villa that Emma had prepared for David was a standalone villa in the wealthy district. This villa was the only one within a 5-kilometer radius. This was also related to the fact that the villa was located in the suburbs of Chia City. At 10 o'clock in the morning, David stood in front of the intelligent core. A screen appeared. His fingers quickly entered on the screen, and finally, he issued an operation command. Following his operation command, the intelligent core flashed. From the 2 large servers in the basement to the intelligent core on the first floor, and then to the various auxiliary devices around the villa, it formed an intelligent system with the intelligent core as the main and the 2 large servers as auxiliary. An invisible energy expanded outward until it covered the entire 5-kilometer radius. There were civilian scanning devices and military-grade scanning armors that David had modified. David had even taken apart the obsolete K2 military electronic countermeasure device. The scanning components were enlarged by a scanning amplifier to increase the scanning capabilities of a professional. "Master, please give it a name." A mechanical voice was heard. This was the new intelligence system waiting to be activated. "You'll be called Sky," David said after thinking for a while. The Sky Dome AI system was a self-protection system that David had designed for his own safety. As long as all life forms entered the 5-kilometer radius, they would be discovered and analyzed by Sky's intelligence system. Once there was any danger, it would immediately report to David. Of course, this system also had a supercomputing ability that could maximize David's electronic countermeasure capabilities. Sky, connect to the Skynet system. Try to control as many resources as you can. Everything must be done without being discovered. David was not satisfied with the 5-kilometer radius. A 5-kilometer radius, whether it was a spaceship or an exoskeleton armor, was a very short distance. The Skynet system was the system that he wanted to use the most. However, he had never thought of breaking the Skynet system. That was not a task that a newly built intelligence system like him could accomplish. However, this didn't mean that Skynet couldn't be used. Skynet's resources needed some authorization to access them. If these authorities were simulated, they could use them to achieve some goals. Virtual access required a large amount of calculations. For example, if a police officer was found to have access to the city's surveillance system, then Sky Dome AI could analyze all of the police officer's information in Skynet and try to crack the police officer's identity. Because it was a purposeful analysis, coupled with the powerful computing power of Sky Dome AI, and the professional program David had written for Sky Dome AI, the possibility of cracking the system was very high. This was just a police officer. In the public resources of the Skynet, there were many people with this kind of identity. They were in various positions, and together, they controlled most of the authority of the Skynet. David didn't want to use the higher levels of access to Skynet, which had more stringent reviews. After issuing this order, David didn't expect to get the results immediately. This required luck and time. David left the room where the intelligent core was located. After David left, the room would be sealed. Because the Lunka planet didn't allow the possession of heavy defensive weapons, villas like this could only use an alarm system. They couldn't install any defensive weapons, so Sky Dome AI was only an alarm system. During lunch, David and Emma video called for half an hour. This was also David's rare break time. After lunch, Sky Dome's AI system sent a warning to David. This was a notification sent through his identity bracelet. On his identity bracelet, the person's name and other information were displayed. The reason for this information was that the current Sky Dome AI system had not yet been able to use Skynet's resources. If not for the fact that David had already keyed in the name of the visitor, the Sky Dome AI system might not even know the name of the visitor. Of course, Sky Dome AI didn't know the person's name or any other information. However, as long as the person entered the 5-kilometer scanning range, the appearance of the hover car he was driving would be displayed on David's identity bracelet. David couldn't help but smile when he saw the familiar face on his identity bracelet and the name James Leasy behind it. He didn't have many friends to begin with. Plus, he was in his 3rd year of high school, so Fox Transcendent and the other 2 students basically didn't contact him and let him prepare for the college entrance exam. Only James Leasy knew his results and wasn't worried about them. That was why he would look for him from time to time. Today, he wasn't looking for him for anything else. Instead, he was looking for him for guidance. The weekly guidance would last for 2 hours on Saturday afternoons. James Leasy's hover car was parked on the platform on the 2nd floor. As soon as he got out of the hover car, he saw the AI butler Emma waiting for him. James Leasy had a strange feeling. He had just arrived, but this side seemed to have been prepared for him. Although they had arranged a time, he couldn't be sure of the exact time he would arrive. The AI butler Emma couldn't possibly be waiting here forever. Mr. James Leasy, Master is waiting for you in the practice room, the AI butler Emma said as she led the way. When James Leasy arrived at the underground practice room, he saw David holding 2 black ironwood heavy axes. He threw one black ironwood heavy axe towards the door. The moment James Leasy entered the underground practice room, the black ironwood heavy axe arrived right in front of him. 2 hours. 1 hour you attack and I defend. The other hour we attack. David hadn't taught anyone before. However, he knew how to improve the control of heavy axes. That was through battle. Okay. James Leasy tossed aside the doubts in his heart and swung the black ironwood heavy axe towards David. Your strength isn't concentrated and there's no killing intent. Are you chopping wood? David sneered as he casually swung the heavy axe in his hand. He hit the heavy axe's point of impact, causing the heavy axe to deviate. In terms of strength, David was far from the peak Kaji James Leasy. However, the 2 heavy axes didn't collide with each other. David's technique crushed James Leasy's, causing James Leasy to be unable to use his only advantage. When James Leasy heard David's guidance, although his words were sarcastic, he knew that it was David's guidance. When he attacked again, his strength was more concentrated. At the same time, he also added in his killing intent. What kind of killing intent is this? You're imagining me as your enemy, the person you hate the most, the person you want to chop to death with your heavy axe, David said again as he swung his heavy axe at the point of impact of James Leasy's heavy axe. For the first time, James felt how small and weak he was. David's heavy axe mastery had improved a bit compared to the last time they had fought. This was the improvement of a master's heavy axe mastery. Even if it was just a trace, it would be a huge improvement in the battle. In addition, when he first sparred with James Leasy in front of Fox Transcendent, David held back. He couldn't teach his disciple a lesson in front of his teacher, Fox Transcendent. Now there was no need to worry. On the entire Lunka planet, James Leasy was probably the only one who knew his strength the best. There was no need for him to hide anything in front of James Leasy. This made James Leasy suffer. He had always been a genius among his peers, but in front of David, every attack he made seemed to be full of mistakes. For an hour, James Leasy kept attacking. Fortunately, Kaji's physical strength was very good, and he was holding a black ironwood heavy axe. Although an hour of attacking made James Leasy short of breath, he still had some strength left. However, his physical condition was still fine, but he suffered a huge psychological blow. However, the biggest blow did not come in the first hour. From the second hour onwards, David took the initiative to attack. Every time he attacked, his heavy axe would hit James Leasy. Although he didn't use too much strength, it was enough to hurt James Leasy and make him feel intense pain. After 2 hours of instruction, James Leasy fell to the ground in pain. His face was full of despair. David carried James Leasy with one hand and threw him into the genetic repair cabin, just like in Kaji's virtual world. It was important to note that this genetic repair cabin was specially bought for James Leasy. David didn't want to share a genetic repair cabin with anyone else. You will pay for this genetic repair cabin and the genetic repair fluid every time, David said in a deep voice after James Leasy came out of the genetic repair cabin. David, do I have to enter the genetic repair cabin every time I practice? James Leasy asked softly as he swallowed his saliva. Although all his injuries had healed, the pain from being hit all over his body in the last hour couldn't go away. The feeling of being thrown into hell made him regret coming. However, when James Leasy thought about the improvement he had made in the past 2 hours, he immediately felt that it was worth it. James Leasy could clearly feel that his heavy axe mastery, which had not improved for a long time, had some new understanding after 2 hours of instruction. This was crucial for him to improve his heavy axe mastery. I don't know how Kaji on Lunka Planet trains, but I have to undergo genetic repair surgery every day, David said as he pointed at the genetic repair cabin next to James Leasy's. James Leasy was shocked. Genetic repair surgery every day meant that David's body would be injured every day. Although the injuries from genetic repair surgery wouldn't be too serious, the injuries that required the genetic repair fluid would definitely not be too light. James Leasy, it's up to you whether you come next week or not. This is my instruction, David said as he spread his hands. David, I won't stop your instruction. I can feel that this instruction is very effective for me, James Leasy replied without thinking. To be able to receive the personal instruction of a powerful heavy axe master, even in Kaji's virtual world, the cost was astonishing. Moreover, it wasn't easy to hire a heavy axe master. It's good that it's effective. David was actually not confident. He didn't know if this method would be effective, so he let James Leasy choose for himself. Now that he heard James Leasy say this, he was relieved. David, is there any news about your customized exoskeleton armor? The pain in James Leasy's body disappeared. He began to care about the customized exoskeleton armor with David. No, I checked the progress. It's still 0%. The situation is a bit strange. David shook his head and said with a puzzled expression. To be honest, if it weren't for Master Macintosh's very good reputation and the fact that Master Macintosh wouldn't ruin his name for a customized exoskeleton armor, David would have thought that Master Macintosh wasn't going to customize it for him. Then let's wait a little longer. Master Macintosh's identity is a bit special. He has a very close relationship with the military and has a lot of power in his hands. He may be a bit busy recently, James Leasy explained to Master Macintosh. He also didn't believe that Master Macintosh would deliberately delay the customization of the exoskeleton armor for David. It was very likely that he was delayed by something. Just as David and James Leasy were discussing the customization of the exoskeleton armor in the underground forging room of Macintosh's design studio, Master Macintosh was looking at a military knife in front of him with a pale face. This military knife was emitting a green light all over. The green was very pure, unlike the light green material that David took out. In this green light there was a trace of pale white that seemed to be colorless. If one didn't look carefully in the green light, one wouldn't be able to notice it. During this week, Master Macintosh didn't leave the forging room at all. He took out a level 3 material himself and used the level 3 material that contained the special power of space as the core of the main structure. First, he forged the level 3 material that contained the special power of space into a thin blade. This was also the limit of the level 3 material that David provided with the special power of space could be forged with. Such a thin blade, needless to say, would be very sharp in the battle with Kaji. It would definitely be very terrifying. But it was too thin. If there was a slight problem with the force, or if there was a slight deviation during the attack, the thin blade would break. Not to mention, this thin blade was very difficult to use. Master Macintosh used his own level 3 material to increase the thickness of the thin blade over and over again. This process required a lot of attention. He could only add a very thin layer at a time. Every time he added a layer, Master Macintosh had to test the degree of influence on the power of space. In the end, this military knife was formed. The power of space contained in this military knife was very stable. At the same time, the thickness of the military knife made it tough enough. This process didn't sound complicated, but in fact, it was unimaginably complicated. Level 3 materials were extremely difficult to process. Some additional metals needed to be added to make the performance reach the best. Master Macintosh had the best smelting furnace and forging equipment. It took him a week to forge the stiletto, even though he had been working day and night. In terms of value, this military knife was probably more precious than the exoskeleton armor designed and made by Master Macintosh. This was because the exoskeleton armor only needed Master Macintosh to design the blueprint, and the rest was done by his team. He didn't need to do it himself. Chapter 251. Holding the stiletto in his hand, Master Macintosh waved the stiletto in the air, and a very strange thing happened. The stiletto and Master Macintosh's arm disappeared when he waved it. At the same time, the stiletto in his arm appeared dozens of centimeters away from the direction he waved it. It was like the extreme speed that could not be seen by the naked eye, but Master Macintosh knew very well that it was impossible for him to reach that extreme speed. He was just waving his arm normally. All of this originated from the stiletto in Master Macintosh's hand. The Space Force was contained in the claws, so it did not have the ability to store items. Instead, it had the ability to travel through space. It was the same Space Force, but there was a big difference between them. Due to the fact that there were too few Grade 3 materials that contained the power of space, this kind of spatial travel ability could only achieve such a degree of travel. Of course, the most important thing about the stiletto wasn't the stiletto itself. Instead, it represented that Master Macintosh had become a master weaponsmith by creating this stiletto on his own in addition to designing the exoskeleton armor. Master Macintosh picked up a test tube beside him and drank the nutrient fluid. His tired body seemed to be injected with vitality. He carried the stiletto and walked out of the underground forging room. With great satisfaction, Master Macintosh returned to his exclusive floor. Sitting on an automatic chair, Master Macintosh placed the stiletto on the operating table in front of him. A professional scanner began to scan back and forth, and data appeared on the light screen in front of him. Just as David said, Master Macintosh only needed the data of this stiletto and the video of the manufacturing process. These were enough to prove that the stiletto was forged by him. He packaged the data and sent it to a few weapon forging masters. With their confirmation, there was no doubt that Master Macintosh was a weapon forging master. This also meant that Master Macintosh had reached the peak of 2 fields at the same time, which was a great honor. For Master Macintosh, at his level, benefits and power had already reached the highest level he could reach. Only fame could attract him and make him fight for it. After everything was done, Master Macintosh thought of David as he waited for the weapon forging master's reply. He had promised David to customize an exoskeleton armor for him, but he still hadn't done it after a week. This made Master Macintosh, who was very likely to become a weapon forging master because of David's materials, feel a little ashamed. "Check how many level 3 materials are left in the warehouse," he asked in a deep voice. An answer appeared on the screen in front of him: 260 kilograms. This was his AI system's response. Although there were a lot of people in the Macintosh design studio, the most important things were all managed by the AI system, which meant that it was under the control of Master Macintosh. 260 kilograms of level 3 materials. To be honest, for such a famous design studio, this amount was very little. Take out 200 kilograms and use it on David's custom-made exoskeleton armor. Master Macintosh ordered in a deep voice. The AI system immediately made a note on the level 3 materials, and the 260 kilograms in the warehouse became 60 kilograms. Master Macintosh didn't care about the 200 kilograms of level 3 materials. He was in the exoskeleton armor design studio, and the Federation government didn't give him a lot of level 3 materials. However, after he was certified as a weapon forging master, the level 3 materials quota would be tilted to him. This was also his way of thanking David, thanking him for bringing the level 3 materials to him, which allowed him to realize his dream. "Old friend, Did you really forge a transcendent weapon? A projection appeared in the hall and asked Master Macintosh. Briggs, didn't you see my forging process? Master Macintosh laughed proudly as he looked at Briggs' projection. Briggs was also a master from Lunka Planet, but Briggs was a weapon forging master. Briggs was one of the targets Master Macintosh sent the information to just now. However, Master Macintosh didn't expect Briggs to contact him so soon. He only had enough time to roughly skim through the information he sent. He didn't even have the time to go through it in detail. Why are you looking at that? I just want to see the real thing. I'm on my way. Briggs waved his hand. Why are you in such a hurry? The data I sent over is very detailed, and it can explain everything. Master Macintosh shook his head. You don't sound like a real weapon forging master. What's the point of looking at data for a transcendent weapon? Besides, if you're late, this transcendent weapon might not be in your hands anymore. Master Briggs retorted. When Master Briggs saw the very detailed data, he realized that this transcendent weapon might not be Master Macintosh's. It might just be a commission. Of course, a normal person wouldn't sell a level 3 material like this. They would only forge weapons. Briggs became a weapon forging master because he forged a transcendent weapon. There were usually two ways to become a weapon forging master. One was to discover an extremely significant contribution to weapon forging, and the other was to forge a transcendent weapon. The first way hadn't produced a weapon forging master in thousands of years. Because the Federation's research on metal materials had reached the pinnacle, no one knew how long it would take to make another breakthrough. Without the appearance of a stronger metal material, it was almost impossible to make any major changes to the weapon forging process that had long been fixed. Forging a transcendent weapon was the most practical way to become a weapon forging master. A transcendent weapon could only be forged with top-notch forging skills. It wasn't like there hadn't been a case where a mutated material fell into the hands of a normal blacksmith and was forged into an extremely ordinary weapon. Therefore, most people would give a mutated material to a weapon forging master to reduce the risk. For example, David gave the mutated material to Master Macintosh because he didn't know the true value of the mutated material at all. This was the importance of knowledge. On the planet of Monolith, where knowledge was scarce, a level 3 mutated material fell into the hands of a few transcendent, but they treated it as a secondary level 3 material and gave it to David as a gift. Of course, this was also related to the uniqueness of the Dimensional Ripper itself. The Dimensional Ripper did not have powerful attack power, so the claws on its body were far inferior to that of a level 3 insectoid. In addition, the power of dimension was the most difficult to discover. Even Master Macintosh almost didn't discover it. This was also the reason why a level 3 mutated material contained too little power of dimension. Master Macintosh had just ended his communication with Master Breeze when he received another request for a visit from Master Donovan. 2 weapon forging masters are coming. Looks like there won't be a problem this time. Master Macintosh said to himself with a smile. He was originally very tired, but after receiving the news that 2 weapon forging masters were coming, his spirit was lifted. He did not rest. Instead, he began to design the blueprint of the exoskeleton armor for David. Also, because he was grateful, he used some special military technology many times in the design. Of course, unlike Mome of Monolith's non-city, all the technology he used was authorized. It was just that many of these technologies would not be used on ordinary exoskeleton armor. On one hand, it was because of the cost, and on the other hand, it was because of the military's confidentiality system. The confidentiality system was easy to solve. As long as David signed an agreement when he took the exoskeleton armor, it would be fine. As for the cost, with Master Macintosh's good mood at this time, he even took out 200 kilograms of level 3 materials. Why would he care about the use of other special materials? Time passed day by day, and Emma's concert was getting closer and closer. Promotion of Emma's concert was everywhere in Kia City. While Emma's concert was being promoted, a small piece of news caught the attention of many Kaji in a small area. With the unanimous approval of Master Briggs and Master Donovan, the two weapon forging masters, Master Macintosh received the title of a second master and became a weapon forging master. Regarding this matter, Kaji were more interested in the details of the certified weapon forged by Master Macintosh. Unfortunately, Master Macintosh and the other two masters did not disclose any information about the certified weapon on the grounds of confidentiality. Both David and James thought that Master Macintosh did not have time to customize the exoskeleton armor for David because he was busy forging the certified weapon. They did not expect that the level 3 materials that David took out were the main materials for the certified weapon. David sat in the classroom. The atmosphere in the school had been extremely tense recently. There were less than 20 days left before the college entrance examination, and every student was studying hard. However, this had nothing to do with David. He was reading the information while writing programs for the AI system. He did not learn the high school knowledge that he had long mastered. His results and his uniqueness made him stand out from the rest of his classmates. This was especially so during the intense revision period. There weren't any classmates who would interact with him. Other than Muir, he didn't have any classmates whom he was more familiar with. His identity bracelet vibrated. David opened it and saw a message. David, your exoskeleton armor has been customized. Please come and collect it at 2 p.m. The message was from Macintosh Design Studio. The exoskeleton armor has been customized. David was stunned. A few days ago, he saw that the design progress was 0. Now, the design and manufacturing were completed in just a few days. He was in school now, but it was not good for him to postpone the appointment with Macintosh Design Studio. He did not have any free time in the next few days. During the final revision of the third year of high school, Lunka Private High School also increased the learning time of the students. There were no rest days in the last 20 days, and they entered the period of full study. Even for Emma's concert 2 days later, David had to apply for leave to attend it. There was no choice. He still had to apply for leave this time. David stood up and walked to Teacher Delia, who was standing beside the podium. His action attracted the attention of many students. "Teacher, I have something important to deal with. I would like to apply for leave from you." David looked at Teacher Delia, who had a doubtful expression, and requested, "David, I'm very assured about your results, but you're going to apply for leave 2 days later, and again today. I still hope that you will pay more attention to your studies," Teacher Delia said sternly. However, she quickly nodded and said, "Be careful. Don't affect your studies." Teacher Delia did not want to agree to David's application for leave. 2 days later was already a special approval. However, in this week's mock exam, David once again scored close to full marks and ranked first in the school. She could not be too strict with a transfer student with such results who had connections. David did not need to revise, and his results were already good enough. There was no point in revising for him to improve. "Thank you, teacher." David had wanted to look for Principal Grover directly. After hearing Teacher Delia's agreement, he smiled and thanked her. David left the school under the envious gazes of his classmates. He sat in his hover car at the school gate and set the destination as Macintosh Design Studio. The hover car took off. Before arriving at Macintosh Design Studio, the hover car received a notice that it was allowed to enter. The hover car parked directly in the parking lot on the first floor of Macintosh Design Studio. This time, David's treatment was completely different from the last time. There was no obstruction or inspection. Last time, Genly's hover car was not allowed to park in the design studio. After David alighted from the hover car, Assistant Johnson appeared beside the hover car and said respectfully, "Mr. David, welcome. The master is already waiting for you." "Sorry to trouble you to lead the way again," David said with a smile. Assistant Johnson led David to the private elevator and arrived at the 8th floor where Master Macintosh was. "David, come and sit down." Master Macintosh was sitting on a chair. There was an empty seat next to him. There was a glass of fruit juice on the table in front of the empty seat. Master Macintosh patted the empty seat enthusiastically. "Master Macintosh, congratulations on becoming a weapon forging master." David congratulated him as he sat down. "So you know about it too. I still have to thank you for this," Master Macintosh said happily when he heard David mention the weapon forging master. "It has something to do with me?" David asked, puzzled. "Actually, I should apologize to you. The Space Ripper claw material you brought that day was very important to me. At that time, I didn't dare to guarantee that I could successfully forge it. There were some things that I didn't say. At that time, I thought that if I failed, I would compensate you with a normal grade 3 stiletto. Fortunately, I succeeded," Master Macintosh said apologetically. "You're saying that the certified weapon that allowed you to become a weapon forging master was the stiletto that you forged for me?" David asked in disbelief. Chapter 252. "Yes, this is a transcendent stiletto," Master Macintosh said as he placed a sheathed stiletto on the table and pushed it towards David. David's heart skipped a beat when he heard the word transcendent. The word transcendent was not used casually in this world. As long as it had the word transcendent in its name, it represented something extraordinary. Looking at the stiletto in front of him, even the sheath was made of grade 3 materials. Just this alone was shocking. General David picked up the stiletto and slowly pulled it out. A green light flashed. This was a grade 3 stiletto. However, David did not understand why this stiletto was called a transcendent stiletto. "David, try swinging the stiletto." Master Macintosh saw David's confusion and reminded him with a smile. General David swung the stiletto in the air. His hand flashed with the stiletto in the air. There was almost no time interval between each movement. This transcendent stiletto's ability is to travel through space. Unfortunately, the longest distance it can travel is only 50 centimeters. It can only be used as a personal weapon. Master Macintosh continued to explain. The actual use of this transcendent stiletto was too small in Master Macintosh's opinion. The biggest use of this transcendent stiletto was assassination. In fact, this kind of weapon could only be used in human internal battles. Its value was not too high. It was not easy for such a short weapon to hit the weak points of the powerful Zergs. More importantly, there were too few humans who could do this in close combat with the powerful Zerg. One careless mistake and you would die. The stiletto was also a special weapon. It was not one of the main weapons of the Kaji. This made the value of the transcendent stiletto drop even more. Almost none of the Kaji studied the techniques of using a stiletto in depth. Even the scouts mostly used long swords. At the very least, they could still fight against the Zergs. Of course, this didn't mean that the transcendent stiletto wasn't worth much. In fact, this transcendent stiletto was a fatal attraction to most transcendent soldiers. Most of the transcendent soldiers were still using grade 2 weapons, with the best being grade 3 weapons. The scarcity of transcendent weapons meant that most transcendent citizens did not have a transcendent weapon that matched their status. "David, I've read your profile. I know you're a genius. You'd better not expose the transcendent stiletto. Once you become a transcendent, it won't matter anymore," Master Macintosh said with a smile. "Thank you, this stiletto is too precious." David held the transcendent stiletto. He didn't know how to thank Master Macintosh for his help. Although the materials were provided by David, the materials provided by David were obviously of a different quality than the stiletto. Not to mention, this was a transcendent stiletto with an extremely strange ability. You don't have to thank me. Luckily, you didn't waste the materials. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to face you, Master Macintosh said with a wave of his hand. I wouldn't have known how precious those materials were if you didn't tell me. This means that those materials are destined to be with you, David said with a smile. He felt a little relieved after hearing Master Macintosh's words. Because of the materials you gave me, I became a master weaponsmith. I've also prepared a gift for you, Master Macintosh said as he tapped on the screen in front of him. A display platform rose from the ground. On the display platform was a black exoskeleton armor. Every surface of the exoskeleton armor was as hard as a diamond. This exoskeleton armor had an extra pair of short wings on the back. It was also taller than the exoskeleton armor David had seen before. This is a custom-made exoskeleton armor for me? David asked as he looked at the dazzling exoskeleton armor. Yes, this is an exoskeleton armor that can fly for a short period of time in the atmosphere. It can adapt to the needs of atmospheric and space battles. It can support most types of weapons. The Intelligent Assistance System uses the military's most advanced optical computer. The energy supply is double krypton crystal drive. It can provide a 15% increase in speed and strength, Master Macintosh explained to David. It can fly. David was attracted by the flying ability. Most exoskeleton armors didn't have the ability to fly. It wasn't that the technology wasn't good enough. It was just that the addition of flying ability to the exoskeleton armor would cause the krypton crystal drive of the exoskeleton armor to be unstable. For a piece of equipment that required close combat with the Zergs, stability was the most important. An unstable energy source would cause unknown risks when the battle was at its fiercest. Therefore, the exoskeleton armor David had seen before didn't have the ability to fly. When it needed to fly, it was equipped with another set of flying equipment. It was just that the other set of flying equipment had to be discarded during the battle. It also affected the flexibility of the exoskeleton armor and was inconvenient to carry around. Yes, flying, double krypton crystal drive, and some of my patented technology can ensure that the energy of the exoskeleton armor is stable enough, Master Macintosh said with a smile. He pointed at the short wings and continued, this pair of short wings is not only for flying, but also for providing extra power when running, so you can move faster in a straight line. David couldn't help but be amazed. It was no wonder that Genlis was envious of such a custom-made exoskeleton armor. I've strengthened the defense of this exoskeleton armor. The arms, head, shoulders, most of the back, most of the chest, the front and back of the legs, the soles of the feet, I've strengthened all these parts with grade 3 materials. Master Macintosh continued to introduce proudly. When David heard Master Macintosh's introduction, he took a few steps to the display platform and stroked the surface of the exoskeleton armor with his hand. In the process of stroking, he was sure that the parts that Master Macintosh mentioned were indeed made with grade 3 materials. If he had worn this exoskeleton armor, the group of hunter mantises would not have been able to kill him in Kaji's virtual world. This was basically a turtle shell. As long as he carefully avoided the parts that were not protected by the grade 3 materials, the defense of the exoskeleton armor would not be broken at all. The only thing to pay attention to was that the vibration caused by the Zerg's powerful attacks would penetrate the exoskeleton armor. This flaw was David's own problem. As long as David's strength and physique were stronger, he would have enough resistance against the Zerg's attack. Master Macintosh, you've added another grade 3 material into this exoskeleton armor. How do you want me to repay you? David said happily and helplessly. It's only 200 kilograms of grade 3 materials. With my current status as a weapon master, my monthly share is more than this. Master Macintosh waved his hand and said indifferently. When David heard that it was 200 kilograms of grade 3 materials, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Among the few Transcendent that he had met, only Transcendent Castle, who died under his hand, had a grade 3 heavy axe. He had not seen any other grade 3 weapons in the hands of the other Transcendent. However, Master Macintosh offered 200 kilograms of grade 3 materials. This was not a small amount of materials. It was enough to forge a few heavy weapons. When David left Macintosh's design studio, his head was still dizzy. He did not expect to get the top-grade exoskeleton armor that only appeared in his dreams. Looking at the exoskeleton armor's loading box beside him and the 3 main structures behind the car, he could not help but feel more grateful to Master Macintosh in his heart. He was no longer an amateur when it came to metals. With the knowledge of 2 master mechanics, he could see how precious the synthesized metals used in the 3 main structures were. Although grade 3 materials were extremely precious, it did not mean that there were no precious metals other than the materials from the Zerg's bodies. Some metallic materials were extremely rare in the universe, and those that could be discovered and mined were even rarer. The most precious thing was still the alloy formula of the main structure. This was the reason why the main structure was far more valuable than David had imagined. If he was excited, he needed to share it with others. In the past, David would hold the exoskeleton armor and admire the transcendent stiletto alone for a day. However, there was someone here that he could share it with. David immediately contacted Emma through his identity bracelet. "Emma, are you still busy?" After the communication was connected, David remembered that these few days were the final preparations for Emma's concert. Emma would be very busy. David calmed himself down and asked, "It's nothing. The preparations here are already done." Emma asked the costume designer to stop working, made a silent gesture, and then replied with a smile. David did not contact her during the normal time. Emma knew that David must have something to do. This was the busiest time for the concert, but she was still going to take some time out. "I'll go over and take a look. Will it affect you?" David asked after thinking about it. "Come over. I'll let you see how the concert preparations are going." Emma quickly agreed with a smile. David drove the hover car and made a turn in the air. When he passed by a beverage shop, he stopped. As he did not know the number of people at Emma's place, David ordered more cold and hot drinks and filled the back of the hover car. The concert was located in a stadium that could accommodate 100,000 people. This was the place where grand events and competitions were held in Chia City. "Hey, that hover car looks familiar." David's hover car had just arrived at the stadium when it was discovered by the surrounding reporters. "I remember that Emma has a similar hover car in her collection." Another reporter also remembered and said, "David's hover car was originally prepared by Emma. It was also chosen by Emma from her own collection." She did not expect that these reporters would discover it at a glance. It was just that they did not know that it was the same car. The hover car passed through the stadium's underground tunnel and entered the underground parking lot. In a hover car in the parking lot, a young reporter with short hair was holding a camera and listening to the music in the car with nothing to do. As this reporter was a newcomer, he was assigned to the underground parking lot, a position that had almost no achievements. Once he was discovered, he would almost certainly be kicked out by the security guards. He might even be beaten up. This was an unintentional action by the veteran reporter to oppress the newcomer. No one expected this to have an unexpected effect. When David's hover car stopped, Emma had already brought the 2 female bodyguards, Leona and Nora, to the parking lot to welcome David. Agent Lucia wanted to stop them, but when she remembered that they were inside the stadium, she did not care too much and let Emma do what she wanted. David had already asked the shadow attendant to store the exoskeleton armor and the 3 main structures into the infinite space ring. He jumped down from the hover car and handed a bouquet of flowers to Emma. It's my first time buying flowers. I don't know if I bought the right one. David saw the surprise on Emma's face and could not help but explain. I like it very much, Emma said with a slightly red face. I also brought some drinks for the staff. They're in the car. David glanced at Leona and Nora and said. Without needing Emma's arrangement, Leona and Nora took the initiative to take the drinks and hold them in their hands. Emma held the flowers and stood beside David with a happy expression. The two female bodyguards followed behind them and left the underground parking lot. In the underground parking lot, the young reporter's eyes widened. He looked at the direction where David and Emma disappeared in disbelief. Originally, if this reporter was an enemy and had a trace of malice in his eyes, David would have noticed it immediately with his spiritual sense. However, this reporter did not have any malice at all. Or rather, when he saw the interaction between David and Emma, he was simply shocked and did not have any other thoughts. If he was an experienced reporter, he would have thought about the problem of the report and the sensational news. Then, he would have a trace of malice. Perhaps David would have noticed it too. Everything was too coincidental. The young reporter was only surprised. As for the gaze, in the peaceful city, David was not as vigilant as he was in the wild. I'm rich. The young reporter finally came back to his senses after a moment and exclaimed softly. He picked up the camera and looked at the things he had just taken. When he saw that the interaction between David and Emma was completely recorded, he could not help but be overjoyed. David did not expect that he would be photographed by a reporter when he came to visit Emma on a whim. Emma walked in front of David, and the intimacy on Emma's face made it obvious to the staff that there was a relationship between the two of them. The two female bodyguards behind them served drinks one by one, which made the staff have a good impression of David. David, who could face strong enemies on the battlefield without batting an eyelid, was very embarrassed by the gaze of many staff members. When they came to Emma's dressing room, Emma remembered today's date and asked with concern, "Aren't you in school today?" "I asked for leave to retrieve the customized exoskeleton armor from Master Macintosh," David said with a smile. "You must like the exoskeleton armor very much." Emma had been in contact with David for some time and knew David's temper. When she saw David's excited look when he mentioned the exoskeleton armor, she said with a smile, "Yes, I'm very happy today, so I came here to share my happiness with you." David looked at Emma and said with a smile. Chapter 253. The young reporter drove the hover car back to the TV station as fast as he could. He didn't plan to share his findings with the old reporter. This was a guarantee for his promotion. The young reporter was even worried that there would be an accident, so he made some backup plans. "Director, I took a video of Emma's latest relationship." The young reporter stood in front of the director's desk and said excitedly as he placed the memory chip on the desk. "Emma's relationship?" The slightly plump, middle-aged director's expression turned serious. He picked up the memory chip and inserted it into the socket on the desk. Soon, the video of the underground garage appeared. The middle-aged director looked at Emma in the video. He didn't look happy at all. Instead, he looked very calm. "You're very serious about your work. However, you don't have to follow up on this news. Just pretend that you didn't take this video." The director nodded at the young reporter. "Director, this is big news." The young reporter emphasized the word big news to remind the director. In the young reporter's opinion, this kind of video should be praised by the director and given a bonus to lay the foundation for his future promotion. "You're new here. You don't know much about the industry. I don't need to explain anything to you. Go do your own thing." The director waved his hand at the young reporter. The young reporter looked at the director, then turned and left silently. The director looked helpless. As a professional in this industry, how could he not know how big of a reaction news about Emma's relationship would cause? However, the director didn't dare to offend the power behind Emma. Emma had never had any negative news in all these years. Even the news from Planet Panchur wasn't broadcasted on Planet Lunka. The young reporter didn't return to his office. Instead, he left the TV station. When he got home, he immediately opened the Skynet personal authentication page. This was what he got after he became a reporter. He decided to upload the video to his personal authentication page. This would directly raise his status in the industry. Most importantly, anyone who wanted to buy the video could buy the right to repost it from him through his personal authentication page. Although not many people paid attention to the young reporter's personal authentication page, Emma's influence was too great. In particular, Emma was about to hold a concert. She was at the peak of her fame. The speed at which such news spread was astonishing. It was just that the young reporter had just entered the industry and did not notice this point. He did not obtain David's portrait rights. David was different from Emma. Emma was a public figure, and the relevant laws had a special definition for the portrait rights of public figures, but David did not. Without David's permission, any public video showing his face without concealing it was a violation of the law. Perhaps it was not that the young reporter did not notice it, but that he was too eager for quick success. After accidentally getting a big piece of news and not receiving the corresponding reward, the young reporter put the video on the personal authentication page of the Skynet as a form of revenge. Usually, the people who followed his personal identification page on the Skynet were all in the same industry. He thought that soon, a news organization would find him and buy the video in his hand. However, he did not expect that only commercial companies would buy the video in his hand. After seeing the video, many people only wanted to spread it to their friends. They did not even need to buy it. When Emma's staff found out about the news on the Skynet of the Lunka planet had already spread the news of Emma's relationship and the video. The video had also spread to other planets in the Elydia star zone, as well as the nearby Cater star zone and Volgo star zone. Emma was very famous in these star zones. Because the video had spread so widely, the media outside the Lunka planet did not buy it at all. They just used the video directly. This was the main reason why the news could spread so quickly. Similarly, the video had also spread to the war zone. When some people who were looking for David were still struggling to find him, they found David in the video and confirmed David's location. A rookie reporter completely defeated David's idea of keeping his identity a secret. Of course, what awaited the reporter was a subpoena and a team of lawyers to sue him. Madam wants you to bring David home for a visit," the female bodyguard, Leona, whispered into Emma's ears while she was rehearsing. When Emma heard Leona's words, she was shocked. Then, she became shy and said softly, "Ah, Mother knows about David? Miss, although the news of you and David did not appear in the news, you can't hide it from Madam," Leona reminded her. "Just tell her that I'm busy with the concert and have no time." Emma insisted. "Madam said that after your concert, she will hold a cocktail party at home. You can bring David there," Leona said with a bitter smile. Madam knew Emma too well. She had already arranged everything. How could this be? Emma's face showed a troubled expression. She was thinking about how to tell David about this. Tomorrow was the day of Emma's concert, but today, David still came to school on time like an ordinary student. However, today was obviously different. When he walked into the school, it was the peak time for students to go to school. He was not eye-catching at first, but he enjoyed the attention of all the students. So handsome. Little Diva's boyfriend. If I knew, I would have pursued him first. I heard that he just transferred here. You didn't have the chance to pursue him before, but he's really handsome. These were the whispers of the little girls. God, this is Little Diva Emma's boyfriend. He's actually our classmate. This guy doesn't look very handsome. How could he get Little Diva Emma's heart? I can fight 3 of these guys. This was the conversation of the boys who were slightly jealous. Some of Emma's fans were even cursing. If this wasn't a school, these students would probably go up and take action. David didn't know what had happened. Things happened too quickly, and Emma didn't inform him. Emma didn't want to affect his studies and cultivation. Although these students cursed very softly, to David, whose 5 senses were extremely sensitive, these words didn't escape his ears at all. David shook his head. He didn't take these discussions to heart. When he walked into the classroom and sat down, Muir was already close to him. "David, you're famous now." Muir's face was filled with surprise and excitement. "Muir, I still don't know what happened?" David shrugged and said helplessly, the video of you giving Emma flowers has been spread all over the Skynet. You have to be careful. There are a lot of fans who like Emma. If I wasn't your friend, I would have smashed your head with a chair." Muir opened his mouth wide exaggeratedly, and then said what had happened. David frowned. His finger quickly searched on his identity bracelet, but there was no relevant information on the Skynet. "You can't find it on the Skynet. I'll send it to you." Muir saw David's actions and said with a smile. He operated his identity bracelet and sent a video to David. David opened the video and saw the environment in the underground car park. It was the scene of him meeting Emma. "Is this video very widely spread?" David closed the video and asked Muir. "I don't know about other places, but almost everyone in our school knows about it," Muir said with a gloating smile. David's face darkened. He knew his own situation. He came to the Iridia star field to study. On one hand, it was to increase his knowledge, and on the other hand, it was to avoid some assassinations. The knowledge of Kaji on the Boulder star could not be compared to that of the Iridia star field, let alone the knowledge related to the transcendent. If he wanted to have a higher chance of becoming a transcendent, entering the first college of Iridia was the best choice. He had not been in this world for long, only about a year, but the enemies he had offended were not simple. From a terrifying organization like the World of God's Intelligence, to killing the Castle Transcendent and forming a deadly feud with the interest groups related to the Castle Transcendent, to destroying a fleet and completely offending the power behind the Thunder and Lightning mercenary group. If this video had been spread, then his position would have been completely exposed. The consequences would be unimaginable. He had relaxed his vigilance after coming to the Lunka star, but he quickly recovered. The shadow attendant who had been following him casually and ignoring him also flew out of the classroom. David knew that he had to pay attention to everything around him every moment in the future. The peaceful days of the past were gone forever. "Students, you've reached the final stage of the college entrance examination. Don't be affected by other things," Teacher Delia immediately said loudly after entering the classroom. Her gaze swept past David, but she did not say anything to David. To be honest, the video of David and Emma meeting was really nothing much. They were just carrying a bouquet of flowers and walking side by side. It was just that Emma was too famous, so the video was spread like wildfire. Teacher Delia also did not say anything to David. She had nothing to say about his studies. As for his life outside the school, it was something she could not interfere with. David was even brought to the classroom by Muir for lunch. He did not leave the classroom for the entire day. Even so, there were still students from other classes who appeared outside the classroom just to catch a glimpse of David. Once school was over, David left quickly. No matter how big his heart was, he did not want people to stare at him like he was a monster. After walking out of the school gate, David saw a familiar hover car. It was Emma's private hover car. The female bodyguard, Leona, was standing next to the car. After seeing David, Leona immediately gestured for him to enter. David entered the hover car and saw Emma, who was still in her costume. It was obvious that Emma came in a hurry and did not even have time to change out of her costume. David and Emma looked at each other for a while before saying in unison, "I'm sorry." Both of them were amused by this apology, and the atmosphere immediately lightened up. David thought that it was because he went to the stadium that this incident happened and affected Emma. On the other hand, Emma thought that it was because she did not do a good job of security and implicated David. No matter what, that reporter was there to film Emma. David just happened to be there. David, my team is already settling this matter. The impact of the video will be suppressed very soon. That reporter will also be sent to prison. Emma said softly. I'm fine. You're a celebrity. If there's anything you need me to do, just tell me. David said with a smile. He would not voice out his worries. With his current strength, as long as it was not transcendent, he was not too worried. Not to mention, the security level of Lunka Planet was very high. It would be extremely difficult to assassinate him here. I really do have something that I need your help with. Emma's voice was very soft when she said this. It was so soft that even with David's sensitive hearing, he almost could not hear it clearly. At this moment, Emma's face was full of uneasiness. It was as if she was in a difficult situation. Emma, just tell me what you need. David looked at Emma and encouraged her with a smile. David, my mother invites you to a cocktail party at home, Emma said softly. David was stunned when he heard this. He was going to meet her parents. Even though he had lived 2 lives, David could not help but feel nervous. It's okay if you don't want to attend. I'll tell my mother, Emma said softly when she saw that David did not say anything. She looked a little disappointed but still said softly, No, I'm thinking about what gift to give. David quickly shook his head and said, You agreed. Emma's face changed into a smile. It lit up the hover car instantly. It also made David's nervousness disappear. If it was for Emma, then so be it. Emma, tell me how many gifts I need to prepare. I don't want to be rude, David said with a smile. Father is not home. I only have my mother and brother at home. The cocktail party is a family banquet. Only my uncles will be invited. They don't need to prepare any gifts. I only need 2 gifts for my mother and brother. Emma was helping David with his calculations very carefully. Leona, who had been peeking at them, could not help but feel a headache coming on. Her mistress had really fallen into the trap and was giving advice to David all the time. My mother likes music. I inherited it from my mother. My brother is in the Lunka Planet Guard Army. He is a Kaji like you. He also likes to cultivate. Emma continued her explanation. David and Emma talked. Before they knew it, the hover car had arrived at David's villa. However, Emma did not stay. She was very tight on time. If it were not for David, she would still be busy in the stadium. At night, David received messages from Jenlise, Emerson, and Anita. They knew about David and Emma and congratulated them. Anita, in particular, chased after David and asked to meet Emma. This made David even more certain of his current situation. He was really exposed. Therefore, he spent a few more hours that night, constantly strengthening the AI system. This was the most effective way to protect his residents. With this AI system, even if an electronic warfare master came, they would not be able to approach his villa silently. Chapter 254. On Saturday night, the stadium was brightly lit. Both the sky and the ground were filled with hovercars. Fortunately, the hovercars had their own safety systems. Under Skynet's allocation, they each had their own flight paths, so even though it was busy, it was not chaotic. Emma's scandal did not affect the progress of the concert. In fact, the most important thing for a star in the interstellar era was their own strength. For example, Emma was a concert singer. The sales of her songs on Skynet were not the best, but tickets for her concerts were usually hard to come by. This was inseparable from Emma's style. The strongest part of Emma's songs was the spirit contained in them. They could directly convey the emotions she expressed through her voice to the audience's ears and soul. However, after the recording, the song lost its spirit and became an ordinary song. Although Emma did not use her spirit and her voice was like the sound of nature, her foundation was still too shallow. In addition, she did not have a song that could be considered legendary. This made Emma unable to stand out among the many singers. Emma's concert was praised by word of mouth. Almost everyone who heard Emma's live performance would crazily like her songs and become her loyal audience. It was also because of this that Emma dared to hold a concert in this stadium with 100,000 people. David was picked up by Leona, who was sent by Emma. Before the audience entered, he went backstage. "Emma, why don't I see any backup singers?" David sat beside Emma and asked with a smile as he watched the female makeup artist touch up Emma's delicate face. For Emma's concert, David had specially checked the concert process. Due to the length of the concert, the pressure on the singer's throat would be too great. Therefore, some backup singers would be invited to take part of the pressure. Pfft. Leona, who was standing at the side, seemed to have thought of something. She could not help but laugh when she heard David's question. "There are no backup singers for my concert." Emma rolled her eyes at Leona and said with a chuckle, "Leona, why don't you tell me the reason?" David turned to look at Leona, who was secretly laughing, and asked, "Miss did invite backup singers when she first held the concert, but..." Before Leona could finish, Emma stopped her from continuing. David's curiosity was aroused. He searched on his identity bracelet and finally understood the reason. During Emma's first concert, she invited 5 famous singers. Because Emma was not very famous at the time, the choice of these 5 singers was chosen very carefully. However, these 5 famous singers were all singers who were especially good at creating an atmosphere. They were arranged to assist Emma. But when Emma started singing, her voice, which was infused with spiritual energy, was extremely infectious, causing the concert audience to be intoxicated. And when the backup singer started singing, that kind of ordinary singing could really arouse the audience's emotions. However, after comparing it with Emma's singing, it lost its original effect. The audience used the most aggressive way. Before the backup singer finished singing the whole song, the backup singer was kicked off the stage. No one expected this situation, but it was also understandable. When the audience was eating a big meal, they were given a candle and asked the audience to eat it together. How could the audience not be aggressive? From then on, Emma's concerts no longer had any guest singers. Of course, it was not that there were no singers who could use spiritual integration, but each of those singers was a top singer. It was impossible to invite them as backup singers. Not to mention the cost of inviting top singers, the effect would only be to overshadow the host of the concert and make the host of the concert lose his glory. "Mr. David, I have reserved a seat for you in the first row. The concert is about to begin." Lucia, the agent, came in and said softly when she saw David. Since she heard that Emma's mother invited David to attend the family cocktail party, her attitude towards David became more respectful. So, only when the concert was about to begin did she remind David. Otherwise, she would have come to prevent David from affecting Emma's preparation. David sat in his seat, which was the seat closest to the stage in the whole stadium. The stage was in the center of the stadium, surrounded by seats on all sides. However, the box here was not the best. Because it was a stadium, the box was above the back seat. It was not as good as the front row near the stage. It was David's first time experiencing a concert with 100,000 people. It was an extremely shocking scene. However, as the lights in the stadium dimmed, the voices of 100,000 people immediately disappeared. Only a faint prelude could be heard in the whole stadium. Then, a beam of light hit the floating platform flying in the air, revealing Emma in a gorgeous dress. The quiet stadium burst into amazing cheers. The floating platform under Emma's feet descended from the air to the stage. The beam of light became bigger and lit up the whole stage. The changing lights and the flickering dress made Emma the center of attention among the crowd of 100,000. Just as Emma inhaled and exhaled and was about to sing, 100,000 people were silent at the same time. The melodious singing swept through the whole stadium in an instant with a faint spirit. Even if David's spirit was much stronger than Emma's, every time he perceived the range of Emma's spirit expansion, he had a kind of incomparable admiration. Without hesitation, David's spirit skillfully integrated with Emma's spirit. Almost instantly, the appeal of Emma's singing increased several times. David's spirit carried his perception. As Emma's singing drifted over every audience, the spirit in the singing was like a hand gently stroking every audience. The audience's joy, sadness, intoxication, madness, and all kinds of emotional outbursts would be fed back to David. Emma was like a god at this time. The joy, anger, sorrow, and joy of 100,000 people were affected by her singing and changed according to her will. David felt the emotions of the audience affected by the singing. His spirit could feel a faint energy emitted from these audience members and integrated into David's and Emma's merged spirits. David enjoyed this feeling very much. This was the feeling that Emma shared with him. However, this feeling was broken when David's spirit swept over an audience member. Of course, only David was affected. When David perceived the difference in this audience member, he forcibly blocked this feeling and did not pass it to Emma. This was Emma's concert. David did not want Emma to be affected. This audience member looked very ordinary. His seat was in the 20th row. It was a bit close to the front, but not very close. It was just a better seat among the ordinary seat. The clothes he was wearing were normal working-class clothes. Although he deliberately dressed more carefully, the price was not high. This was not much different from the working-class audience member next to him. The reason why David paid special attention to this audience member was that when his spirit touched this audience member, he found that this audience member was not affected by the singing. This audience member had a faint murderous intent. The murderous intent seemed to be suppressed. If David was not in a special state of mind, he would not have been able to detect the murderous intent on this audience member. David did not immediately take action. Today was very important for Emma. He continued to maintain the mental integration with Emma and continued to communicate with the 100,000 audience members in the stadium through singing. However, a small part of his spirit entered the shadow attendant's body. The distance of 20 meters was just the distance between David and the audience member. The shadow attendant flew to the audience member's side. This was a very ordinary middle-aged man. The shadow attendant reached out and pressed his hand on the audience member's body. This was the search method David came up with. Through the shadow attendant's weak perception of items, it found some special items. Soon, the shadow attendant found a problem with this audience member. This audience member had a pair of soundproof earplugs in his ears. This was a concert, but a pair of soundproof earplugs in his ears completely blocked out the sound of the music. No wonder he was not affected by the singing. The shadow attendant continued to search and found a special wristband on the audience member's wrist. Wristbands were required by many professions for protection, but no one would have a device to hide thin needles in their wristbands. There was also a long special thin thread in the wristband. Just by looking at the wristband, David guessed that this audience member was an assassin. Coupled with the faint murderous intent, David was certain. The shadow attendant continued to search. From the top of the man's shirt to his pants, he found a dagger on his leg. David did not know if this assassin's target was him, but no matter who the target was, David did not want this assassin to affect the concert. David, who was sitting in the first row, had a cold smile on his face. The shadow attendant, who was 20 meters away, moved slightly. The dagger on the assassin's leg disappeared. The shadow attendant put it into his dimensional ring. Then, the shadow attendant wrapped the wristband with his spirit. This time, the shadow attendant used a bit of force and pressed the connection button on the wristband. This made the assassin's whole body tremble. He reached for his wristband, but it was empty. The assassin's scalp went numb. His killing tool was gone. At this time, he also felt that something was wrong with his leg. He reached for it again, but the dagger was gone. As an assassin, he did not realize that someone had approached him. It was not until his equipment was stolen that he realized that something was wrong. However, he did not know who had done it. The assassin looked around and found that the audience members around him were intoxicated with the music. There was nothing wrong with them at all. If it wasn't for his rationality stopping him, he would have stood up and run away. The beautiful music that touched his soul did not bring him any warmth. Instead, it made his hair stand on end. David did not care about the assassin's restlessness. After the inspection, the assassin was just an ordinary person. Perhaps he had practiced some combat skills, but to David, anyone who had not become a Kaji was an ordinary person. Therefore, David only took away the assassin's weapon through the shadow attendant. This made the assassin no longer a threat. As for catching the assassin, it would wait until after the concert. Even though they were all Emma's old songs, the audience was still mesmerized by her performance. David also knew that he could not waste time at this time. This was the best opportunity to increase his mental strength. He could also help Emma improve her mental strength. He only left a little bit of his mind on the shadow attendant's body. He let the shadow attendant pay attention to the assassin's movements. He, on the other hand, focused on merging his mind with Emma's. Finally, it was the last song. David once again heard music from another world. However, compared to the version he heard before, this time it was a completely different interpretation. The piano could not replace all instruments. As the clean and melodious sound of the whistle sounded, David seemed to see a huge ship appear in front of his eyes. The love story of his previous life appeared in front of his eyes. The addition of various instruments sublimated the prelude. It was like a small stream converging into a small river, and then converging into a big river. Emma's voice broke through the river, broke through the sky, and floated in the stadium. David's mind automatically merged with it. David himself was still intoxicated by the song. Without him noticing, the huge ship in his mind entered the minds of the audience. As the audience listened to the song, the story of the ship in David's previous life appeared in their minds. 100,000 audience members followed the song and felt the magic of love. It made people laugh and cry. It made people forget about life and death. It made people's hearts last forever. After the song ended and the music stopped, the audience in the stadium was still intoxicated. They were unwilling to wake up from the song for a long time. Emma also stood on the stage, feeling the love of life and death. Her eyes were fixed on David. At this moment, she wanted to pour out all her love. No matter how successful a concert was, it would come to an end. After a few minutes of silence, all the audience stood up and warmly applauded. Emma bowed to the audience on the stage to thank them. The assassin also stood up and was observing the surroundings, ready to leave at any time. But he didn't know that there was an invisible shadow above his head that was looking at him. "Emma, I'll contact you later." David sent a message to Emma with his identity bracelet. When the audience left, the assassin also followed the crowd out. The moment he turned his head, he saw David, who was also walking out. The expression on his face changed slightly. This small change caused David's heart to skip a beat. If it was an ordinary person who recognized his relationship with Emma, it would be normal to show an abnormal expression. However, this was an assassin. When he saw him, his emotions fluctuated. That was very telling. David put himself in the shoes of an assassin and began to think about the assassin's actions. How to find David in an unknown situation? It must be known that although David was exposed in Chia City, his residence was not exposed. At present, David's villa was found with the help of Emma. It was not easy to find out. Therefore, the best opportunity was Emma's concert. From the video of David and Emma, it could be known that David would definitely come to the concert. What a perfect plan! When David was listening to the song, he could use a poison needle to kill David. Chapter 255. The killer was very professional. When he walked in the crowd, he used the crowd as a cover and gently pulled his hand on his body. His clothes instantly changed the style and even the color. The timing of his change of clothes was very clever. It was when he was blocked by a few people who were talking to each other. In addition, everyone was talking or reminiscing about the concert just now when the concert ended. Naturally, no one noticed this abnormality. David couldn't help but admire the killer's ability. This kind of change of clothes was almost like a magic show. If it wasn't for the shadow attendant watching, the killer would have probably lost track of him. From the seat to the door, the killer changed 3 sets of clothes. At the same time, his face also changed slightly. At this time, his face was very different from when he entered the concert. It was difficult to recognize the front and back as the same person. Just as the killer walked out of the door, his clothes changed again. This time, he changed into a police uniform. Then, he directed the crowd as if he was a real police officer who was carrying out a mission. "Officer, I have something to ask." Just as the killer disguised as a police officer was directing the crowd, a voice sounded behind him. It was David. At the same time, one of David's hands was pressed on the killer's shoulder as if they were ordinary friends. "I'm carrying out official duties. If you have something to ask the police outside." The killer forced himself to calm down and looked at David as he said in a deep voice, "I insist." David's hand on the killer's shoulder exerted a little force as he said faintly. The killer's body was involuntarily carried by David to the side of the lounge. In David's hands, he couldn't resist at all. There was no one else in the lounge. This saved David the trouble of explaining. "Tell me, who sent you to kill me?" David looked at the assassin, his killing intent enveloping him as he asked in a deep voice. Although David guessed that the killer was here to kill him, David wasn't sure. He asked this question directly because he wanted to catch the killer off guard. At the same time, David's killing intent could reduce the killer's resistance and make it easier for him to tell the truth. This assassin was experienced and had received professional training. However, he was still an ordinary person. How could he compare to Kaji, who had broken through the limits of humanity? When David's killing intent approached him, his breathing became tense, as if he was being stared at by his natural enemy. His soul seemed to be strangled, and he lost the ability to think. "I just accepted the mission. I don't know who the client is," he replied subconsciously. After he answered, his mind cleared up a little. He realized that he had said something wrong, and his face became even paler. "Since you have accepted the mission, then you should be an assassin." The place where you accepted the mission must be an assassin organization. "Can you tell me which assassin organization it is?" David continued to ask faintly. The killer didn't speak anymore. He forcefully shut his mouth, as if he wanted to use this method to express his attitude. "How troublesome." David shook his head and said. He grabbed the assassin's wrist and connected the ID bracelet to his own. A few orders were sent out. In David's villa, the Sky AI system successfully connected to the killer's ID bracelet through David's ID bracelet. In the past few days, some of the authority had been obtained by the Sky AI system, so the killer's ID bracelet didn't need to be cracked. He only needed to use the authority of an official police officer to obtain the information of the ID bracelet. A screen popped up on David's ID bracelet. The screen showed a map of Chia City, and many small dots appeared on it. These were the records of the killer's ID bracelet. In this interstellar era, credit points were no longer a currency in the real world. All payments were either made through the ID bracelet or credit storage cards. Credit storage cards would only appear in private transactions. Normal transactions were done through the ID bracelet. Therefore, as long as the record of the ID bracelet was obtained, the movements of the ID bracelet owner could not be hidden at all. The killer also saw the map and the red dots on the map. How did you get this information? The killer looked at David in horror and asked. Shut up! David shouted in a deep voice. His mind instantly exploded, causing the killer to feel dizzy. Only now did the killer understand what kind of terrifying existence the target of his mission was. When he accepted the mission, the killer saw that the target was a high school student. Although his strength was Kaji, he wasn't too strong. For the killer, although Kaji was strong, he wasn't unkillable. Kaji without exoskeleton armor would also die in an accident. David's fingers were still typing rapidly. The information on the screen was also constantly flashing. This included the killer's recent contact information, including the killer's transfer records. Even the killer's identity was compared in the police's internal system. More information appeared on the screen. Found you, benefit card organization. After a few minutes, David said with a smile. The light screen displayed the relevant information of the benefit card organization. Through a series of comparisons, the identity of the killer was found on a secret list of the police. Although it was not a criminal record, it was a speculative analysis report. When the killer heard the name of the benefit card organization, his expression changed drastically. He didn't expect the other party to figure out his origin in such a short time just by checking his identity bracelet. This method made the killer almost suspect that David was some kind of intelligence agent. David didn't need evidence. He just needed to know who was after him. However, he was in a difficult position. Whether it was the killer in front of him or the organization behind him, he couldn't do anything on Lunka Planet. It was easy to kill a killer, but it was difficult to completely eliminate him. When he caught the killer, there were many surveillance cameras. The current Sky Dome artificial intelligence system didn't have the ability to remove all of them. Sir, I didn't do anything. Even if you hand me over to the police, they can't sue me. The killer looked at David's hesitation and said in a deep voice, You mean I can't do anything to you? David looked at the killer, a little amused. No, you're a Kaji at such a young age. You have a bright future ahead of you. It's not worth breaking the law for a nobody like me. Let me go, and I'll explain to the organization that I'll give up the mission for you. The killer said in a sincere tone. I'm afraid the benefit card organization didn't find out about my situation. David smiled and shook his head. He ignored the killer and directly used his identity bracelet to contact the Fox Transcendent. The Fox Transcendent had guaranteed his safety on Lunka Planet. The benefit card organization had sent an assassin to assassinate him. It was basically a slap in the face for the Fox Transcendent. Uncle Fox, it's David. As soon as the call connected, David changed his tone and greeted respectfully. Oh, it's David. Did something happen? The Fox Transcendent on the other side asked with a smile. Uncle Fox, I have an assassin from the Eureka organization here who wanted to assassinate me. I can't deal with this assassin, so please help me. David glanced at the assassin and told him the situation. Are you okay? The Fox Transcendent quickly asked. The concern in his words was very obvious. It made David feel very warm. I'm not hurt. This assassin is just an ordinary person. David quickly replied. Don't underestimate an ordinary assassin, the Fox Transcendent warned. Then he continued, Send me your location. I'll send someone to deal with it. Thank you, Uncle Fox. David sent his current location and thanked him. After the call ended, the killer's expression became even more uneasy. He heard the name Fox, but he didn't know if it was the name he was thinking of. If it was really that name, then he and the organization behind him would be doomed eternally. In just 3 minutes, the door to the lounge was pushed open. 4 Kaji wearing black exoskeleton armor walked in. These Kaji had the Fox Transcendent insignia on their chest. The 4 Kaji carried different weapons on their back. However, all of them were level 2 weapons. David could sense that they were all peak Kaji. Young Master David, I'm the captain of Fox's guards, Glass. I'm here on orders to take in the criminal. A middle-aged Kaji nodded slightly at David. Captain Glass, I'll have to trouble you with this, David said as he pushed the killer forward. Kill me, kill me. The killer had already broken down. He struggled helplessly and shouted. However, no matter if it was David or Kaji, he couldn't resist at all. Sir has instructed us to find the mastermind behind this as soon as possible, Captain Glass said with a smile. He then nodded slightly at David again and left with the killer. David watched the 4 Kaji leave with the killer and felt relieved. These were the Kaji directly under Transcendent. Although their names were different, they were all Transcendent guards. They were important combat forces in Transcendent. The Transcendent guards had a lot of privileges. They had a deep relationship with the government's intelligence and police departments. They were also the most suitable organization for investigation. The police needed evidence, but the Transcendent guards didn't need that at all. They could act first and submit the evidence after they had the result. David turned around and returned to the gymnasium. He finally had the time to check the changes in his spirit. As he walked, he pressed his hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder. The attribute panel appeared in front of him. Spirit, 601. This value still surprised David. After his spirit exceeded 5 points, it was very difficult for his spirit to increase. Although it only increased by 0.07 points, it was equivalent to the increase David could get after a near-death battle. The increase in spirit made David feel much better after his identity was exposed and he was targeted by the killer. Mr. David, please come with me. Miss has been waiting for you for a while. Emma's female bodyguard, Leona, was waiting for David at the backstage door. When she saw David, she immediately stepped forward and said, Something happened just now, so I was delayed for a while. David explained with a smile. When he came to the dressing room, Emma was still removing her makeup. David, did something happen? As soon as she saw David come in, Emma immediately asked with concern. It's nothing serious. I've already solved it. David didn't want Emma to worry, so he replied casually. Then, he looked at Emma and asked, What's the result? You go out first. I'll do it myself. Emma waved her hand and said to the makeup artist beside her. The makeup artist understood that they needed to talk about something important. It wasn't convenient for her to stay, so she nodded and left the dressing room. My spirit has increased by at least 1/5. This time, the increase in spirit is very obvious, Emma said happily when she saw the makeup artist close the door. In other words, the number of people in the audience is proportional to the increase in spirit. Through this method, I can continue to increase spirit. David's eyes lit up. He didn't know why his spirit and Emma's spirit would produce such an effect. However, this method of increasing spirit was not harmful at all. At the same time, it could also increase Emma's spirit. It's a pity that it's not easy to organize a concert of this scale. Concerts can't be too frequent. Plus, I just finished my concert tour. I won't be able to do another concert tour for a while. Emma shook her head regretfully. As a singer who relied on spirit, the importance of increasing spirit to Emma was self-evident. Emma. Just as David and Emma were talking, Emma's manager, Lucia, pushed the door open and shouted excitedly. Sister Lucia, what's made you so happy? Emma couldn't help but ask curiously when she saw how excited Lucia, who was usually so composed, was. Mr. Anthem from the Music Association just published an article. He specifically commented on the song My Heart Will Go On and named it a classic. Lucia's face was flushed as she said this. Aunt Ham was an important music critic in the Ilidia Music Association. He was also invited to watch the concert. His evaluation to a certain extent represented the attitude of the Iridia Music Association. Although Lucia had great confidence in My Heart Will Go On, she thought that for My Heart Will Go On to really become a classic song, it would take at least a few years for it to slowly ferment. Unexpectedly, after the concert ended, the music critic Anthem didn't even wait to return home. He wrote the music review on the way back. Our song was a success. Emma heard Lucia's words and turned to look at David with a smile. You sang so well that I was mesmerized. David praised from the bottom of his heart. He wasn't talking nonsense. When he listened to My Heart Will Go On, he was really mesmerized. In fact, the reason why Anthem didn't wait to return home and wrote the music review on the way back was that David's spirit gave the audience a touching love story. Accompanied by Emma's My Heart Will Go On, the impact was unforgettable for everyone in the concert. Chapter 256. Heavenly Queen Emma's new song, a classic that will be handed down for generations to come. A legendary song, My Heart Will Go On, created a new diva. Emma's 100,000-person concert was a huge success. Her legendary song shocked the audience. Early the next morning, the citizens of the Ilidia star system found that news of Emma's concert was all over the news. Furthermore, she had changed her title from Little Empress Emma to Empress. This wasn't a small change, but a qualitative improvement. Emma was now recognized as a top female diva, at least among the music critic. Next, the song would slowly be accepted by the audience, and the title of diva would become a consensus. A classic from David's previous world, a song that had been passed down for decades without fading. After coming to this world, Emma's fame was unparalleled. After the concert last night, the full version of My Heart Will Go On was sold on Skynet. In one night, the song My Heart Will Go On continued to spread and increase the number of downloads. Especially after the news in the morning, the number of downloads in the Iridia sector reached a peak. When Lou Yaya checked it at 9 in the morning, it had already reached 1 billion downloads, and this number continued to rise crazily with every passing moment. Only legendary level songs had such charm. Every time a legendary level song appeared, there would be such a frenzy among the audience. This had to do with the cultural literacy and appreciation of the citizens of the interstellar era, which ensured that legendary classics would not be buried in this era. David did not go to school today. It was not because he had applied for leave, but because Forks Transcendent had applied for leave on his behalf. David, sit down first. Forks Transcendent pointed at the sofa and said, Uncle Forks, I'll have to trouble you about the hitman. David thanked him as he sat down. Garen put your safety in my hands. It's my fault for not protecting you well. Forks Transcendent shook his head as he sat across from David. He then continued, Glass will be here soon to report the results of the investigation, so I called you over to listen to it. David was also amazed by the efficiency of the Transcendent Guard. They had only begun the investigation last night, and now there were already results. Although David had already given the name of the assassin organization, this also showed the terrifying power of the Transcendent Guards. David, I heard Headmaster Grover praise your result. He even thanked me for bringing him such a good student. The Fox Transcendent couldn't help but laugh when he recalled Headmaster Grover's attitude. He owed Principal Grover a favor for sending David to Lunka Private High School. He didn't expect Principal Grover to thank him before he even returned the favor. I'm just good at studying. David smiled embarrassedly. Listen, you should let Anita hear that. I've spent a lot of effort on her studies, Fox Transcendent said with a smile. He had never hidden his admiration for David. If it wasn't for the news of David and Emma's relationship, he would have wanted to matchmake David and Anita. Sir. Captain Glass strode into the room and bowed respectfully in front of Fox Transcendent. Thank you for your hard work. Fox Transcendent nodded. It was obvious that Fox Transcendent treated his subordinates very well. "Sir, it's my duty to serve you," Captain Glass replied loudly. "All right, sit down. David is here too. Tell me what you've found," Fox Transcendent said with a wave of his hand. Captain Glass carefully sat on a chair on the side instead of the sofa. He turned on the screen of his identity bracelet and projected it in front of Fox Transcendent. "According to the name of the benefit card organization that young Master David gave us last night, we interrogated the captured assassins and confirmed that the assassins were indeed sent by the benefit card organization," Captain Glass said as he displayed a map on the screen. "I've contacted the government and military of Planet Lunka and got information about the benefit card organization from them. This is the base of the benefit card organization. Last night, we raided this base and killed 135 assassins of the benefit card organization. We captured 14 of them alive and seized the internal data of the benefit card organization. We found out that the person who issued the mission to the benefit card organization was an anonymous person from the war zone. The management there is very chaotic, so we can't find out the specific information of the person who issued the mission. However, it's very likely that the person is from the war zone military," Captain Glass said in a deep voice. "How did the benefit card organization find David?" Fox Transcendent asked. "We've already interrogated them. It was the video of David and Miss Emma that exposed David's whereabouts." Captain Glass glanced at David and answered. "David, it seems like your identity can't be hidden anymore. Fortunately, no one has recognized your real identity yet." Fox Transcendent also looked at David and said with a smile. David understood what Fox Transcendent was talking about. He was evaluated by the war zone military as invincible among Kaji. If people knew that the person in the video was David, then many Kaji would come looking for David to spar. However, David didn't care about sparring. What he cared about was the assassination that would follow after his identity was exposed. This time, the other party was obviously a little anxious. Perhaps they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to find him if they were too late, so they immediately went to the local assassin organization on Lunka. In fact, in a peaceful area, this kind of assassin was more convenient and had a higher success rate than sending out Kaji. "Uncle Fox, I have a grudge with some organizations on Monolith. The assassination this time was probably done by those organizations." David knew that he had to explain to Fox Transcendent, so he said, "I know some things about you. I don't blame you for that. You can't just let someone kill you and not fight back, right?" Fox Transcendent waved his hand. He took a sip of water and continued, "I will ask the military and government on Lunka to increase the surveillance on entering Lunka. As long as someone suspicious enters Lunka, I will arrange for people to keep an eye on them." "Sorry to trouble you." David stood up and bowed. Fox Transcendent gestured for David to sit down and said in a deep voice, "Sit down. You call me uncle, so we're family. Let's see who dares to cause trouble on Lunka." Fox Transcendent turned to Captain Glass and ordered, "Glass, help David apply for a police consultant status. He can wear the armor at any time." A police consultant was not a real job. Normally, it was an external aid to the police system. Normally, it included well-known doctors, lawyers, the powerful Kaji, and so on. They could support the police in various aspects such as treatment, law, and combat. Especially after Kaji became a police consultant, Kaji could wear the exoskeleton armor within Skynet's surveillance range. Although Lunka did not prohibit carrying exoskeleton armor and weapons, if one wore the exoskeleton armor within Skynet's surveillance range, they would be charged. Skynet's surveillance range covered almost all the surveillance areas in the city. Unless one wore the exoskeleton armor indoors, there was no way to avoid Skynet's surveillance. "Yes, sir," Captain Glass replied. Fox Transcendent continued, "In addition, your guards should strengthen the surveillance of the underground forces. Spread the word that David is my man. Those forces that don't listen will be eliminated immediately. David had always thought that there were no underground forces in Chia City. It seemed that his knowledge of the city was too shallow. David, you can go with Glass, Fox Transcendent finally said to David. David and Captain Glass bowed to Fox Transcendent and left together. Young Master David, let's go to the police station together. His Excellency has personally sent the application for the police consultant, and the news of the approval has also been sent back. After leaving the building, Captain Glass said to David with a smile, "So fast." David was slightly surprised. However, David immediately understood that Fox Transcendent had already arranged it for him and was only waiting for him to handle it. With Captain Glass leading the way, David arrived at the Chia City Police Station and met Chief Kurt directly. "Captain Glass, send my regards to Sir Fox." Chief Kurt was familiar with Captain Glass and greeted him with a smile as soon as they met. "I will pass on Chief Kurt's greetings to Sir." Captain Glass smiled and nodded in response. "This is the David that Sir Fox mentioned, right?" Chief Kurt turned to look at David and asked. Chief Kurt was very surprised that Fox Transcendent had personally asked about a police consultant position. What kind of person could make Fox Transcendent come out personally? Due to the urgency of the matter, Chief Kurt had not looked at David's situation in detail. Anyway, with Fox Transcendent's recommendation, a police consultant position could not be rejected, so he quickly approved it. Now that he saw David, he realized that David was too young. As he asked David, he glanced at David's information and found that he was only 17 years old. He could not help but think that this police consultant position was going to be wasted. There was a limit to the number of police consultants in the police station. If this police consultant position was taken, the police station's external aid would be reduced. "My name is David Kerr, from Planet Monolith." David introduced himself. "Kaji is invincible." Chief Kurt saw the military evaluation in David's information and could not help but blurt out. Chief Kurt began to look at David seriously. He had only glanced at David's information, but he saw a battle record that would make anyone sigh. "I wouldn't dare to say that I'm invincible among the soldiers. That's just an exaggeration," David quickly explained. "Haha, welcome to the police force. To be able to get such an evaluation, David, your combat power must be extraordinary. The police force needs the help of powerful combat power like you." Chief Kurt laughed and went up to shake David's hands. Chief Kurt's change in attitude made David a little uncomfortable, but he could only respond with a smile. Under Chief Kurt's personal guidance, David's police consultant application was completed very quickly. In less than 10 minutes, David's identity bracelet had an additional police consultant identity. He also received a police logo on the exoskeleton armor. The police consultant identity only allowed him to use the exoskeleton armor legally. The police logo could be directly seen by law enforcement officers on the exoskeleton armor to show the identity of the police force. Of course, David's supplies in the future, such as medicine, sniper bullets, weapon maintenance fluid, and exoskeleton armor maintenance, could all be handled by the police force. In addition, David could also use the police internal channel at any time. This channel could be used to contact the police directly, unlike ordinary people who needed to contact the police hotline, which would waste some precious time. After everything was done and after thanking Chief Kurt, Glass Kaji said goodbye to David outside the police station. He had a lot of things to do. Back at the villa, David looked at the police consultant authority displayed on his identity bracelet and was extremely excited. He was very satisfied with the exoskeleton armor custom-made by Master Macintosh. This exoskeleton armor consumed 200 kilograms of third-grade materials and a lot of precious materials. It was made with the most advanced technology, but due to the special safety regulations of Lunka Planet, he could hardly wear it legally. Now that he had the identity of a police consultant, he could legally use the custom-made exoskeleton armor at any time when he was in trouble. At least he did not have to worry about legal troubles after using the exoskeleton armor. Especially after his identity was exposed, with the protection of the third-grade material defense exoskeleton armor, his safety was greatly increased. Coupled with the third-grade heavy axe and transcendent stiletto, it could be said that he had reached the peak of Kaji's level in terms of weapons and equipment. Of course, after enjoying the benefits of being a police consultant, the corresponding obligations had to be paid. In David's identity bracelet, there was a document explaining the duties of a police consultant. The biggest contribution of a police consultant was that when the police encountered a Kaji crime that they could not solve, they might need the help of a police consultant. At most, because of Fox Transcendent, the police would not summon David unless it was absolutely necessary. However, with Chief Kurt's attitude, David, who was invincible among Kaji, would not be left alone. David was also very willing to help the police. On one hand, he also wanted to try the effect of the custom-made exoskeleton armor in actual combat. On the other hand, a new soul was also an important requirement for him to improve his strength. After having lunch at home, David still did not go back to school. Tonight was an important day for him. The cocktail party at Emma's house was tonight. If David did not want to be rude, he needed to prepare for tonight's cocktail party now. Fortunately, with Emma's help, Emma had already booked a salon for David to take care of his hair and buy a full-body suit. David was busy the whole afternoon. When he returned to the villa at 5 o'clock, he changed into an exquisite suit. From inside to outside, it was from the brand designated by Emma. Even the shoes were new. Chapter 257. The hover car followed the designated route and arrived at a manor. Before it got close, it was scanned by a wave before it was guided to a building in the manor. The manor was very large. The hover car traveled a distance of 10 kilometers from the outside of the manor to the building. As the hover car traveled, David saw countless blooming flowers and trees in the manor. Under the illumination of the lights above the manor, it formed a sea of flowers. The building in the sea of flowers was like a pearl embellished in the sea of flowers. It shone with a mesmerizing light in the night. When David got out of the hover car, he immediately saw Emma waiting for him. Today, Emma was wearing a long pink dress. Her hair was draped behind her back. She looked pure and beautiful. Especially when she saw David, her eyes were filled with love. She was no longer the popular queen of several star fields. Instead, she was just a little girl who had fallen in love. Standing behind Emma was a tall and handsome young man wearing a lieutenant's uniform. From his face, which was very similar to Emma's, David knew that this was Emma's brother, Frank. At this time, Frank's eyes were fixed on David. When he looked up and down at this young man who had captured the heart of the little princess of his family, he saw the silver star medal pinned to David's chest. His eyes flashed with envy. The silver star medal represented military achievements. It represented outstanding contributions in a war. Under the Interstellar Federation's strict control of medals, any medal that could be worn represented great glory. In the Interstellar Federation, when attending events like a cocktail party, people would wear a medal that represented military achievements. This was to show off one's bravery and strength. David did not want to be looked down upon by Emma's family, so he wore the Silver Star medal. Who told him to be so young? If he did not wear this medal, it was very likely that he would be treated as a child by Emma's family. "Emma, I'm not late, right?" David smiled and asked Emma. "No, there's still some time before the banquet." Emma chuckled as she stepped forward to hold David's arm. She then turned around and introduced both parties. "This is my brother, Frank. Brother, this is David." "Hello, Frank." David took the initiative to extend his hand politely. "David, I've wanted to get to know you for a long time." Frank smiled and extended his hand. The two hands clasped together, and David felt a huge force coming from Frank's hand. David hurriedly used his strength to resist. Frank didn't use his full strength either. When David couldn't take it anymore, he withdrew his strength. Of course, during this process, David almost activated his power shock talent to fight back. According to David's judgment, Frank's strength was close to that of a Kaji at the pinnacle. His strength was more than 3,000 kilograms. It was far from what David could withstand. In David's own strength, his weakest point was his strength. Although he had been using the level 3 strengthened meat to train recently, his training time was still too short. He was still a distance away from an advanced Kaji, let alone a pinnacle Kaji. "Brother, what are you doing?" Although Emma wasn't a Kaji, her spirit was very strong. When David and Frank clasped hands, she felt that something was wrong. She couldn't help but shout angrily, "Emma, I'm just testing David's strength." Frank heard Emma's scolding and quickly waved his hand. He then turned to David and said, "David, you're really strong. When I was your age, I wasn't as strong." "Frank, you're strong too," David replied with a smile. "David, is your hand okay?" Emma didn't care about the two men clasping hands. She held David's hand and looked at it. There wasn't even a red mark on David's hand, but Emma was still worried. Although David had shown his strength, Emma knew that her brother was close to the pinnacle of Kaji. David was still so young, how could he be compared to her brother? "I'm fine." David quickly comforted Emma and then changed the topic. "I brought a gift, I need to get it." "Brother, help me get the gift." Emma didn't let go of David and turned to Frank. Frank didn't hesitate and took out 2 boxes from David's hover car. "This is for Frank and this is for Madam." David pointed at the 2 boxes and said, "I'm curious." Frank said very straightforwardly. He tore off the packaging of the box that was given to him and found that it was actually an exoskeleton armor loading box. As a Kaji, he could naturally see that this exoskeleton armor loading box was different. "Oh David, how did you get such a good thing?" Frank touched the exoskeleton armor loading box with his hand and looked at David with a warm gaze. This exoskeleton armor didn't even need to be opened. Just by looking at the model number on the loading box, he knew that this was a rare commemorative exoskeleton armor model. In addition to the practicality of this exoskeleton armor, it also had a great collection value. As a Kaji, what gift could be better than a precious exoskeleton armor? It was no wonder that Frank's attitude changed. Frank wasn't dissatisfied with David before. It was just that his sister had fallen in love with this young man. As an elder brother, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. "This is one of my spoils of war. I'm very happy that you like it," David replied with a smile. He wasn't stingy at all. This originally belonged to Castle Transcendence collection. Among all the exoskeleton armors in Castle Transcendence collection, it was one of the more valuable exoskeleton armors. Every exoskeleton armor that could be collected by Transcendent had a special meaning. Even if Frank's family was extraordinary, in terms of exoskeleton armor collection, it couldn't be compared to a powerful Transcendent fighting on the front line. "Haha, David, after seeing my gift, I'm even more curious about the gift you gave Mother." Frank hugged the exoskeleton armor loading box and said with a happy expression. At this moment, Emma's female bodyguard, Leona, quickly walked to Emma's side and said softly, "Miss, Madam wants to talk to David in the study. Mother wants to see David right now." Emma said with a slight panic, but she quickly calmed down and said to David, "I'll go with you. Mother is very easy to talk to." David nodded. He was also a little panicked, but he was already mentally prepared before he came, so he took the gift for Emma's mother from Frank's hands and followed Emma through the door. Obviously, he came a little early. At this moment, the servants in the hall were still making the final preparations for the banquet. The rest of the guests hadn't arrived yet. It was also because David didn't know the rules of the banquet in Kia City that he came an hour early. This made Emma's mother, Madame Amelia, decide to meet David in advance. From the corridor beside the hall to a tall metal door, Emma gently pushed the door open. "Mother!" Emma walked into the room while calling out to Madame Amelia, who was sitting behind the desk and looking at the screen in front of her. David followed into the study and also saw Madame Amelia. Madame Amelia looked very young. She was probably only slightly more mature than Emma. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was Emma's elder sister. This was also very normal. The lifespan of people in the Interstellar Federation was as long as 200 years. Normal people were fine, but rich people had even more precious methods to maintain their appearance. A 20-year age difference was very hard to see on the face. Madame Amelia's aura was very strong. David could feel the other party's strength. This was a leader who had been in a high position for a long time. "Emma, you go out first. I want to talk to David alone." Madame Amelia frowned and said to Emma. "Mother." Emma called out again, this time with a hint of coquettishness. "I won't make things difficult for David. Be obedient." It could be seen that Madame Amelia doted on Emma a lot. Hearing Emma's coquettishness, her original aura mysteriously disappeared. She spoke with a helpless, doting tone. "Really?" Emma looked suspiciously at Madame Amelia and asked. "It's true," Lady Amelia assured with certainty. "David, don't worry. I'm just outside the door." Emma turned around and gestured to David not to worry. She then left the study. Only Madame Amelia and David were left in the study. When Emma closed the door, Madame Amelia's aura once again rose. "David, put the things on the side and sit down." Madame Amelia pointed at the chair in front of the desk and said. David somewhat reservedly put the gifts on the side and then sat in front of Madame Amelia. However, this chair was clearly a bit short. Even with David's height, he was still shorter than Madame Amelia. Originally, he was already affected by Madame Amelia's aura. In addition to this chair, David was completely oppressed by Madame Amelia's aura. The environment here wasn't prepared for David. Instead, it was specially prepared to entertain guests. This study could fully display the owner's aura to the maximum, causing guests to lose their psychological advantage. From there, it would be easier to negotiate. This is Emma's first love. As her mother, I am very concerned. Therefore, I investigated you. I hope you can understand. Madame Amelia's expression relaxed as she spoke. This caused the atmosphere to not be as tense. "That's what I should do." David nodded. He could tell that for Emma's family to be able to own such a manor in Kia City, her family wasn't simple at all. The aura of Madame Amelia in front of him was proof. David and Emma were in love. Being investigated by Emma's family was a normal matter. Actually, I don't care how rich or powerful Emma's boyfriend's family is. As long as Emma likes him, I can give him both money and power, Madame Amelia said in a deep voice. David nodded again. He didn't understand what Madame Amelia wanted to say. At this moment, he could only obediently listen. "You are a genius with terrifying innate talent. However, you are too dangerous. When I saw your information, I thought I was looking at the experience of a famous Kaji who had lived for 100 years. Madame Amelia said as she especially glanced at the silver star medal on David's chest. David naturally knew his own experience. Just the number of Kaji who had died by his hands was in the hundreds. If all the people who died on that fleet were counted as his, then the number of deaths would be in the tens of thousands. Not to mention, a transcendent had also died by his hands. Seeing this information was enough to make anyone gasp in shock. However, this was only for unrelated people. For someone like Madame Amelia, who cared about her daughter extremely much, this kind of David was too dangerous. "I know Emma likes you very much. I won't make Emma sad and won't do anything to break you two apart. However, I hope that before you do anything you can first consider Emma. I don't want to see Emma sad because of you." Madame Amelia's voice was filled with helplessness when she said this. Madam, the environment I used to live in was destined to be dangerous. However, now that I have come to Lunka Planet and will be studying in Lunka Planet's university, I believe that with Lunka Planet's security, I won't encounter any accidents in the war zone. David said with a smile. Then how do you explain yesterday's matter of the assassin? Madame Amelia suddenly interrupted. David couldn't help but be surprised. He had misjudged Madame Amelia's authority. To be able to obtain this information meant that Madame Amelia's authority was much greater than he had imagined. One must know that he didn't mention yesterday's matter of the assassin to Emma. Everything was handled by Forks Transcendent. That was just an ordinary matter. That kind of matter can't even be considered a threat. David's answer also made Madame Amelia very surprised. However, thinking of David's past, an ordinary assassin was truly an ordinary matter to David. For Emma's sake, I hope that you will pay attention to your own safety. I heard that you have the authority of a police consultant. I will help you increase the scope of the police consultant's law enforcement to the entire Lunka Planet. Madame Amelia said with a sincere tone. I will. David could feel Madame Amelia's deep concern for Emma. He nodded heavily in response. Emma, come in. Madame Amelia raised her head and said to the study door. The door opened and Emma poked her head in. She first glanced at David, then looked at Madame Amelia. She didn't discover any bad expressions and couldn't help but feel relieved. She also revealed a smile on her face. Bring David to tour the manor. The banquet will begin soon. Madame Amelia said to Emma in a pampering manner. Madam, I'll leave first. David also stood up in a timely manner. He picked up the gift and placed it on the desk. Madame Amelia watched David and Emma leave. Her eyes were filled with worry. With her family's power, she didn't even think about letting Emma marry. That was why Emma was free to do what she liked without any restrictions. Emma fell in love with David. To be honest, David was very outstanding in everything. Perhaps even being outstanding couldn't compare to David's achievements. Madame Amelia looked at the red words in the information that said invincible in Kaji. She knew very well what this meant. With David's young age, his future growth would be astonishing. However, Madame Amelia didn't care about David's future. She cared about Emma. She cared that David's safety would affect Emma. Chapter 258. Madame Amelia collected her thoughts and looked at the gift box on the desk. It was obvious that David had packed the box himself, so it didn't look exquisite. However, it made Madame Amelia feel David's sincerity. Madame Amelia opened the box and saw a slightly old but well-maintained guitar. She also saw the special symbol. Madame Amelia, who was very knowledgeable in music, naturally recognized the value of this guitar. Her face revealed a smile. She really liked this guitar. However, her smile wasn't because of the guitar. Instead, it was because David had spent a lot of effort on the gift. To be able to spend a lot of effort on this matter, it could be seen how much importance David placed on Emma. As for the value of this guitar reaching several tens of millions of credits, Madame Amelia didn't care about it. At her level, credits were just a string of numbers. As long as it wasn't too shocking, it would be very hard for her to pay attention to it. Mother, the guests have arrived. Frank lightly knocked on the door of the study, and then came in to remind her. His gaze also saw the guitar on the desk. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. In his heart, he thought that this must be Emma's idea. Both of their gifts were chosen based on their interests and hobbies. It's fine. Today's guests aren't outsiders. I want to ask what your impression of David is? Madame Amelia waved her hand and said, David, his strength is not bad. Although he's a bit weaker than me, but to have such strength at his age, he can be considered a genius. Emma really has good eyesight. Frank thought for a bit and said with a smile, Madame Amelia looked at Frank like she was looking at an idiot. She didn't say anything. Mother, did I say something wrong? I personally tested David's strength. I shouldn't be wrong. Frank saw Madame Amelia's expression and couldn't help but scratch his head and say, Frank, I didn't think that David, who was known as invincible among Kaji's level, would only have decent strength in your mouth. With your ability to judge people, how can I be at ease? Madame Amelia shook her head and said, What? Who said that David is invincible among the Kaji level? Frank asked in disbelief. He couldn't help but think of David's young and handsome face. He couldn't see any invincible in the Kaji realm look at all. Moreover, he had tested David's strength, and it was only at the level of a mid-stage Kaji. See for yourself. Lady Amelia waved the information in front of her and said to Frank. Frank looked at David's information on the screen, and his mouth opened wider and wider. He originally thought that the Silver Star Medal was David's most important achievement. For someone of David's age, being able to obtain a Silver Star Medal was something to be proud of. However, in this information, the Silver Star Medal was one of the more inconspicuous achievements of David. Single-handedly killing the elite Kaji team, killing the weapons master, destroying an entire space fleet, poisoning the Transcendent. Every single one of these achievements was enough to make any Kaji famous. This was also the reason why David's influence on the Boulder Star was too low. If such achievements were placed in the Iridia star field, he would have already become famous and become the most famous prodigy. Frank, if you want to walk the path of a Kaji, the family can only help you with resources. As for the rest, your father and I can't help you much. In the future, you have to keep in contact with David. Don't care about your face and ask David for guidance. Madame Amelia said in a deep voice. David and Emma visited the garden outside the manor. Due to time constraints, it was impossible to see the entire garden in such a short amount of time. They could only walk around nearby. Even so, the various precious flowers and plants in the garden were still an eye-opener for David. According to Emma, because Madame Amelia loved the fragrance of flowers, Emma's father especially planted flowers and plants in this ancestral manner. That was how it became like today. When it was 10 minutes to 8 o'clock at night, Emma pulled David back to the villa. 8 o'clock was when the cocktail party would begin. When David and Emma walked into the hall side by side, they saw that there were already guests in the hall. Emma held David's hand and walked to the side of a few middle-aged men who were chatting, and introduced them to David. Second uncle, third uncle, this is David. David bowed. As Emma's introduction was too simple, he didn't know how to address them. He could only slightly size up the two people that Emma specially introduced. As for the second uncle that Emma introduced, David couldn't see his identity, but the position he was standing in showed that he had a very high position in this circle. As for the third uncle, his identity was very obvious because he was wearing a major general's uniform. He was a general. Hello, David. Emma doesn't even know how to introduce people. The second uncle smiled and glanced at Emma. There wasn't a trace of blame in his words. Instead, there was a hint of doting. He smiled and introduced himself. My name is Ned, the mayor of Chia City. You can call me second uncle like how Emma addressed me. This tone clearly meant that he loved the house and its crow. This made David feel Emma's position in this family. Hello, second uncle. Although David was surprised by Ned's identity as mayor, he didn't show much surprise on his face. He once again bowed and greeted him. The status of the people that David came into contact with was very high. He had also met a few mayors, so he was no longer reserved when meeting a high official for the first time. Looking at David's calm expression, the smile on Mayor Ned's face became even wider. Only such a temperament was worthy of Emma. David, my name is Elton. You can also call me third uncle. Major General Elton was more serious than Mayor Ned, but his words were just as cordial. After that, Emma introduced many people to David. These people were all relatives of Emma's family. It could be seen that this banquet was completely a family feast. There weren't many people in the hall, only about 30. Excluding some young people, there were only 12 important people. Among them, except for Emma's second and third uncles, the rest were relatively distant and had a much lower status. However, when David knew the identity of these people, he saw a huge net, a net that covered the entire Kia city. After David and Emma finished their initial introductions, David came to the side and said softly, "Emma, you have so many relatives in your family. This is only a part of my relatives in Kia city." Because the banquet was in a hurry, Mother didn't invite relatives from other places. Emma replied softly. This was the first time David came into contact with this kind of political family. Perhaps it couldn't even be called a family, but a clan. Just when David was curious about the identity of Emma's parents, Mrs. Amelia brought Frank into the hall. At this moment, Mrs. Amelia was wearing the same uniform as Frank. It was just that Mrs. Amelia's uniform was a supervisor's uniform, which magnified her aura by a lot. "Emma, what's your mother's position?" David finally couldn't hold back and asked. "Mother is the deputy chief supervisor of the Starfield. I'm not sure about her exact authority," Emma replied softly. Although the deputy chief supervisor of the Starfield was just a deputy position, the prefix was the Starfield. It represented the scope of authority of the entire Iridia Starfield, which was the scope of 100 billion people. This position was even higher than the mayor of Kia City. It was already considered a high-ranking official in the Iridia Starfield's bureaucracy. Of course, this had nothing to do with David. His interest wasn't in authority, but in training. I believe everyone knows David. Welcome David to join us." Perhaps because of their close relationship, Mrs. Amelia didn't say any courteous words. She directly introduced David and expressed her thoughts. Everyone present immediately understood that Mrs. Amelia had tentatively agreed to the relationship between David and Emma. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said that. Warm applause sounded. Everyone's gaze towards David became even friendlier. The purpose of this cocktail party is to let everyone gather and introduce David. Now, let the cocktail party officially begin. Mrs. Amelia waited for the applause to die down before raising the wine glass in her hand. Everyone raised their wine glasses. Mrs. Amelia also smiled as she walked towards Mayor Ned and Major General Elton's small circle. She then waved to David and Emma, asking them to come over as well. David came over from the war-torn planet Boulder. He brought some small troubles with him. I hope everyone can take care of him for Emma's sake. Mrs. Amelia smiled as she spoke to the few people in the small circle. Although Mrs. Amelia's attitude towards David was a little stiff before, she now expressed her intention to protect him. "I'm afraid there's no need for us to do anything. The Eureka organization that tried to assassinate David was already cleaned up last night. It was the Forks Transcendence Guards who did it." Mayor Ned smiled as he looked at David. Perhaps other people didn't know about last night's events, but Mayor Ned was very clear. Mobilizing the Transcendence Guards and using the Transcendence Authority was something that had to be reported to the government. Forks Transcendent had mobilized the Transcendence Guards to settle this matter for David. This made Mayor Ned very curious about the relationship between David and Forks Transcendent. Someone tried to assassinate David yesterday?" Emma cried out in surprise and looked at David with a worried expression. "Emma, don't worry about David. This kid is very powerful," Frank comforted from the side. "David, such a big thing happened. Why didn't you tell me?" Emma's worry didn't lessen at all as she looked at David and scolded. "It's really just a small matter. That assassin isn't even a Kaji. I caught him before he even had a chance to make a move. It's just that I don't have the authority to enforce the law, and I didn't want to alarm you, so I asked Uncle Forks to help me deal with it," David quickly explained. Mrs. Amelia, Mayor Ned, and Major General Elton looked at each other. They heard how David addressed Forks transcendent. The term uncle was a very intimate term of address. Although David had met Mayor Ned and Major General Elton for the first time and both of them had asked David to call them uncle, this was still influenced by his relationship with Emma. Normally, those who could call someone uncle were real nephews calling their elders. The family's power network was very large, but they couldn't underestimate any transcendent, especially a transcendent who lived in a super-large city like Kia City. Although the transcendent had transcended mortals, their influence was huge. They were a kind of deterrence. A transcendent living in a city or a planet could deter Kaji and other similar transcendent existences. The power that Kaji could unleash was very terrifying, especially in a city. Although the police could discover him, they couldn't quickly take care of Kaji. Therefore, if there was no transcendent, then once there was an uncontrollable Kaji, in an environment where heavy energy weapons couldn't be used, an uncontrollable Kaji would be a disaster for the city. With the transcendent and the deterrence of the transcendent, any Kaji who wanted to create chaos would have to consider the transcendent's pursuit. The same was true for the transcendent. In a super-large city like Kia City, the transcendent was far more powerful than the ordinary transcendent, which also formed a deterrent to most transcendent. If there's something like this in the future, you must tell me first or I'll be angry. Emma didn't notice the expressions of the others as she whispered to David. David could feel Emma's concern and could only nod. David, how strong are you? Frank had been holding back ever since he found out about David's strength from the study, and now that he had the chance, he asked. This question also attracted the attention of the others in the circle. Although they were from a political family, martial strength was also very important. Before attending this cocktail party, they knew some information about David. A third-year high school student, Kaji. Although it was just some simple information, it was enough to show that David wasn't ordinary. Of course, there were many third-year high school students who could become Kaji on Lunka Planet. After all, the population base was here, and there were thousands of people who could become Kaji at the same age. Only thousands out of 10 billion people. This was enough to show David's talent. David is very strong. My Heart Will Go On was written by David. Emma misunderstood. Perhaps in her opinion, being able to write My Heart Will Go On was more important than David's martial strength, so she spoke first. I didn't think that My Heart Will Go On was actually written by David. Madame Amelia's eyes lit up as she spoke, and her gaze towards David became even more amiable. As a professional who had studied music, she had enough respect towards a composer and lyricist who could write a work that could be passed down for generations. And when this composer and lyricist was her daughter's boyfriend, that trace of dissatisfaction towards David completely disappeared. Even when David was always in danger, Madame Amelia saw it as a kind of quirk of an artist. A person who had studied art to this extent would definitely have some special point. Of course, in this place, probably only Madame Amelia and Emma would pay attention to the author of My Heart Will Go On. The others were more concerned about the result of Frank's question. Emma, I'm asking about David's battle strength. He is known as the invincible Kaji existence. Frank said somewhat powerlessly. Chapter 259. After a cocktail party, David could be considered to have gained the recognition of Emma's family. The days that followed were surprisingly peaceful. There were no assassins or accidents. David went to school and cultivated every day. When he was free, he would video chat with Emma. Compared to David, Emma's reputation had increased greatly. With the song My Heart Will Go On, Emma became a super heavenly queen with 3 billion downloads in just 10 days. This result was the total result of a normal top singer releasing a song for several years. However, Emma only took 10 days to achieve this result. My Heart Will Go On brought Emma a huge boost in her reputation. Of course, the lyricist and composer, David, who was hiding behind the scenes, also received some attention. Most of this attention came from the music industry. Although it was unlikely for a musician who could write a second song consecutively, his next work would definitely be popular. This was something that everyone believed. However, no one had David's contact details, and they couldn't get it from Emma either. With the spread of My Heart Will Go On, its influence also increased. Emma was already recognized as a heavenly queen by the audience who had heard this song. All of this had nothing to do with David. He ate level 3 strengthened meat every day and practiced advanced Kaji body technique and soft body technique together. This allowed his body's attributes to enter a stage of rapid growth. It was June, and there were only 3 days before the college entrance examination. David, who had just walked to the school gate after school, was listening to Muir, who was beside him, talk about what had happened in school. Just then, David's identity wristband vibrated. Muir, wait a minute. Let me take a look at the news. David stopped Muir, who was still talking, and started to operate his identity wristband. These days, Muir was David's only friend in school. This wasn't because David was cold, but because he came to school at the wrong time. The students didn't have the energy to interact with new students before the college entrance examination. Therefore, David valued his only friend very much. He was probably the only friend he had when he was in high school on Lunka Planet. Consultant David, Patrol Team C015, has sent a request for assistance. A Kaji wearing exoskeleton armor has broken into the Yakur Bank. The surveillance cameras at the scene have been destroyed. According to witnesses, there are more than 6 Kaji. The police have already sent 3 reinforcements. Kaji is seriously injured. Consultant David, please hurry over to provide assistance. The message was short, but David could see the trouble in it. 6 Kaji. Needless to say, this was a standard Kaji team. David knew about the Nika Bank. It was one of the largest banks in the Interstellar Federation. Most of David's credits were stored in this bank. Although the Nika Bank in Kia City was only a branch, the defense of such a bank would not be weak. At the very least, there would be many Kaji. What surprised David the most was that his position as a police consultant was originally just an empty title. It was to allow him to better protect himself. Why would he be assigned a mission? However, since the mission was issued, he couldn't reject it unless there was a special reason. This was confirmed when he signed the police consultant agreement. The fairness of the agreement was judged by Skynet. No one could influence it. This was also one of the relatively fair aspects of the Interstellar Federation. A large amount of processing was left to Skynet's intelligence to analyze and process, reducing the influence of people. Muir, I have something to do. I'll leave first. David waved at Muir. David, school is over. What urgent matter could there be? Muir asked in confusion. He didn't understand why David was so busy. David had already used his identity bracelet to summon his hover car. He jumped onto the hover car, and the support information on his identity bracelet automatically connected to the hover car's control system. The autopilot system was activated, and the destination was automatically obtained from the support information. The hover car's corresponding authority was also temporarily obtained by the hover car. Muir was shocked to see David's hover car suddenly accelerate and soar into the sky, reaching a height of 100 meters. Muir wasn't the only one who was shocked. The students who had just finished school together were also shocked. The students in Lunka Private High School came from very good families. Most of them had their own hover cars, and they even had hover cars better than David's. Usually, David's hover car would not surprise the students when it flew 10 meters above the ground. These students' families were more powerful and would always think of ways to raise their children's authority in society. Although it was harder to obtain Level E authority, there were still a few students in Lunka Private High School who had Level E authority. But this time, David's hover car had flown 100 meters. This exceeded Level E authority. It required at least Level D authority. David's family is so powerful? Muir exclaimed. David sat in the hover car and took out his custom-made exoskeleton armor. I'm finally going to use it. Looking at the custom-made exoskeleton armor, David muttered softly to himself. Without much hesitation, he loaded the exoskeleton armor and weapons into the hover car. He didn't take out the Level 3 heavy axe as that weapon would attract too much attention. He chose a Level 2 long sword. After thinking for a while, he also equipped the Godolphin's Fury sniper rifle and loaded it with 50 Level 1 bullet. Then, he carried both weapons on his back. After doing all this, a map appeared in front of the hover car. He was only 1 kilometer away from his target, the Yucca Bank. In fact, if the hover car followed the rules and drove normally, it would take at least half an hour to reach this distance. But because he was using the authority of a police hover car, the hover car was flying at full speed. It only took him a few minutes to reach the destination. David pasted the police logo on the chest of the custom-made exoskeleton armor. Without waiting for the hover car to descend, he ordered the hover car to return using his identity bracelet. Then, he opened the hover car door and jumped out. Jumping down from 100 meters in the air made David extremely excited. Ha ha! David laughed loudly. The short wings on his back shot out energy and controlled his body to land on the ground. Kaji is here to help again. But how can this Kaji fly? One of the police officers on the hover car on the ground was setting up a cordon. When he saw David flying in the air, he couldn't help but shout. It's the police consultant. Looks like the powerful Kaji is here. Another police officer looked at the scanning device in front of him and replied in a low voice. Let's hope this problem is solved soon. The first police officer said in a low voice. On the first floor of the Yucca Bank, more than 30 hostages were standing at the entrance that connected the hall to the interior. Behind the hostages, a Kaji in exoskeleton armor could be vaguely seen. Among the hostages, there were customers who came to the Yucca Bank for business. There were also employees of the bank. They all looked terrified. Not far in front of them, there were a few corpses, including the 2 security guards at the entrance, 3 normal people who were affected, and 4 Kaji from the Yucca Bank. The security of the Yucca Bank was not weak. 4 Kajis were a force to be reckoned with on a peaceful planet like Lunka. However, Kajis were killed in less than 10 seconds by the Kajis team, which was even stronger in a battle formation. Even the police's first attack failed. The Kajis immediately retreated when they realized something was wrong. That was why no one died. Then, the 6 Kajis divided up the work. They took everyone in the bank as hostages. 1 Kaji held them hostage to stall for time. With more than 30 hostages in their hands, unless the police did not care about the hostages' lives, they would not be able to attack by force. When David arrived, he was faced with such a situation. He landed on the ground. When he arrived at the designated coordinates, he saw Director Kurt there in person. Next to Director Kurt, there were 10 Kajis in exoskeleton armor. 2 of them were using non-police exoskeleton armor. Don't open your helmet. Don't expose your identity. Your current serial number is 11. This is your code name. Director Kurt said in the communication channel when he saw David's arrival. Then, David was added to a group channel that included Director Kurt and the other 10 Kajis. Director Kurt, from the battle report just now, these Kajis are very strong. Plus, they have so many hostages. Calling me here is very limited. Kaji's serial number 9 said in the channel. Number 9, many accidents happen today. Most of the Kajis in the station are on missions. We had no choice but to call you 3 consultants here, Director Kurt said in a low voice. Why didn't you just ask the Transcendent to help? It would be less troublesome that way. Kaji's serial number 10 asked. It's not that I didn't want to. There's a Transcendent gathering today. The Forks Transcendent left planet Lunka. Not only the Forks Transcendent, but the Transcendent from the nearby cities also went to the gathering. The nearest Transcendent would need at least 2 hours to get here. Director Kurt said with a grim expression. This was an organized and premeditated operation. They had even taken into account the Transcendent's whereabouts. It was obvious that the Kajis who had entered the bank were not simple. From mobilizing the Kaji's forces to killing the 4 Kajis from the Yaka Bank and seriously injuring the police officer Kaji, all of this showed that the other party was not only strong, but also had a very strong plan. Director Kurt, do you know why they are doing this? David asked. I'm still in contact with the Yaka Bank. I'm still waiting for a reply. Director Kurt shook his head. David could also tell that number 9 and number 10 were police consultants just like him. Number 11 seems to be a newcomer. Let's talk more in the future. Number 9 turned to David and said, Number 9, I hope that we don't expose our identities during the operation. This is a basic rule. Director Kurt reminded in a deep voice. I know. I just saw the newcomer's exoskeleton armor and wanted to study it. Number 9 said with a smile. The Kajis had all seen how David had arrived. Exoskeleton armor that could fly was too rare, especially David's exoskeleton armor. It was obviously a custom-made exoskeleton armor. It was normal for the Kajis to be very curious. Aren't we going to do anything? David did not want to talk and asked. There are many high-ranking officials among the hostages. There was a business event at the Yaka Bank today. The officials who participated were all kidnapped. Director Kurt replied. This also explained why he, as the director of the police department, would personally come to the front lines, especially when Kaji was there. One had to know that in a battle between armored soldiers, the probability of accidental casualties was extremely high. Looking at Director Kurt's helpless expression, David could only wait outside the Yaka Bank. David did not know what he had to wait for. He was only one of the combatants participating in the operation. The actual commander was still Director Kurt. After another 10 minutes, a high-speed spaceship flew into the sky above the Yaka Bank like a beam of light and stopped in the air like a nail. The high temperature of the spaceship caused the moisture in the air around it to evaporate, forming a distorted shape. No matter how good the material of the outer shell was, flying at high speed in the atmosphere could not reduce the high temperature caused by friction. It was obvious that this high-speed spaceship was forced to fly at high speed in the atmosphere, resulting in the current situation. 2 hover cars flew out from the cabin of the high-speed spaceship and landed on the ground. The people from the Yaka Bank are here, Director Kurt said as he took 2 steps forward to wait for the hover cars. The 2 hover cars quickly stopped in front of Director Kurt. The cars had the Yaka Bank's logo. The car door opened and 6 Kaji jumped out. At the same time, a middle-aged man in a formal uniform and a beautiful woman in an office uniform came out of the other hover car. Mr. Balfour, what is it about the Yaka Bank that attracted these Kaji? Director Kurt asked as soon as he saw the middle-aged man. Director Kurt, no matter what attracted these criminals, this is something the police should help solve. Our Yaka Bank pays a lot of taxes and supports the police every year. Balfour's attitude was not good. He did not even bother to be polite in front of Director Kurt. Mr. Balfour, there are 3 government officials and 5 businessmen with high social status among the hostages. If something happens to these people, it will have a negative impact on the Yaka Bank, Director Kurt said in a serious tone. Director Kurt, I'll tell you the truth. No matter how many government officials or businessmen there are, we must attack immediately. We must not let these Kaji succeed. I brought a team of elite Kaji with me, and we have the authorization to attack, Balfour said as he sent a document to Director Kurt. Have you thought about the consequences if you ignore the hostages? Director Kurt's already ugly face became even gloomier. As he spoke, he opened the document. Balfour did not look at Director Kurt's expression. Instead, he waved his hand behind him and said, "My people will attack, and your people will cooperate. If you don't cooperate, I will take over the command by force." "I accept the order, I will command." Director Kurt finished reading the document. It was an authorization document from the higher-ups of the police, allowing them to attack regardless of the consequences. Chapter 260. Director Kurt knew that he had to take command to increase the chances of saving more hostages. If he let the amateur Balfour take command, it would be a disaster. Director Kurt wasn't just thinking about the hostages. He was also thinking about his future. If too many hostages died, he would be implicated even if he had the authorization document from the higher-ups. "Director Kurt, I'll leave the 6 elite Kaji to you," Balfour said with a satisfied expression. Anyone who could reach the top of the Yucca Bank would not be stupid. He knew himself very well, and he knew very well how capable he was. He just wanted to put some pressure on Director Kurt. Director Kurt was much more experienced than him in dealing with criminals. There are 34 hostages in the hall. There's only one Kaji. Which Kaji is good at speed? You can rush in as fast as you can to reduce the casualties as much as possible. Director Kurt looked at the 11 Kaji and the 6 elite Kaji on his side. 11, you have a sniper rifle on your back. Are you trying to snipe Kaji? 10 Kaji suddenly asked. It was only then that everyone noticed the Godolphin's Fury sniper rifle on David's back. It was mainly because David's custom-made exoskeleton armor had a special slot for sniper rifles. The sniper rifle wasn't exposed much, and it was covered by the long scabbard. At the same time, the short wings of the exoskeleton armor were too eye-catching, so no one noticed the sniper rifle. Of course, the main reason was that everyone's attention was on the Yucca Bank. You can say that. David nodded. 11, are you sure you can snipe that Kaji in the hall? Director Kurt asked with a strange expression. Director Kurt had seen David's information. According to the information, he was a spear master. Now that he appeared here, not only did he not have a spear, but he also had a long sword and a sniper rifle. However, Director Kurt believed in the evaluation of the military of the war zone. Kaji is invincible. Even if he was empty-handed, he would still have great combat power. Although the education of Kaji in the war zone was not good, there were too many Kaji from the Federation there. Relatively speaking, the evaluation of the war zone was more trustworthy. Yes, but even if we snipe Kaji, the building behind the hall will also be damaged. David replied with certainty. He only brought the sniper rifle as a precaution. Sniping was his long-range weapon. If an enemy tried to escape, he might be able to use it. However, he did not expect that he would need to use a sniper rifle to snipe the people inside the building. This was no ordinary sniper rifle. Even if a grade 1 bullet hit Kaji, the penetrative force would be enough to penetrate the building behind Kaji. I authorize you to use the sniper rifle. The police will bear all the consequences, Chief Kurt said happily. As long as he could protect the hostages in the hall, no matter what the outcome of this operation was, he would only be rewarded. Give me 30 seconds. David took off the Godolphin's Wrath sniper rifle. The short wings on his back spat out energy, and he flew up. When Director Kurt had requested, David had already found the most suitable sniping position through the shadow attendant above him. Director Kurt, can we trust this person's ability? Kaji asked directly. He did not use the communication channel. If he goes all out, he can kill all the Kaji here in less than 10 minutes. Director Kurt said confidently. Killing hundreds of Kaji and 4 master weapons. This kind of combat power was definitely at the peak of Kaji. Who is he? I hope to fight him. Before Kaji could speak, the elite Kaji from the Yucca Bank sneered. David did not know what Director Kurt was talking about. He flew to the building opposite the Yucca Bank. He turned on a sound jammer and placed it beside him. Then he aimed the Godolphin's Wrath at the hall. From this position, he could see the hostages in the hall through his sniper scope, as well as the soldiers standing behind the hostages. David did not wait. To a Kaji that was not prepared for sniping, he was basically a stationary target. This kind of target was not difficult at all. However, David would not underestimate any Kaji. His proficiency in sniping allowed him to hide his killing intent and only release it when he attacked. To an experienced elite Kaji, as long as he was targeted by a sniper Kaji, he would be able to sense it. Without much hesitation, he fired the Godolphin's Wrath. A level 1 bullet flew out of the barrel. The distance between the hall and the Kaji was only about 1,500 meters. For a sniper Kaji, this distance was almost instantaneous. The Kaji standing behind the hostages was a Warhammer Kaji. He maintained his combat posture and did not let his guard down just because he had hostages. He knew very well what the target of this operation was. The Yucca Bank would not let them delay for too long because of the hostages. Suddenly, he felt his heart palpitate. Before he could do anything, his vision turned red. The last thing he saw was the glass door of the Yucca Bank shattering into pieces. Then, he fell into eternal darkness. When the hostages saw the door of the bank shatter, they did not know what happened. Suddenly, they heard someone fall to the ground behind them. When the hostages looked back, they saw that the soldier who had held them hostage had lost half of his head, which was protected by his helmet. When the hostages saw the death of the Kaji, they immediately gathered their courage and ran toward the broken door of the bank like crazy. So fast. Director Kurt saw the broken door and realized that David had already made his move. He was shocked. He thought the sniper would take some time, but he did not expect David to shoot right after he found the location. There was no wait at all. Elite Kaji team, rush in. Number 1 to number 8, protect the hostages. Number 9 and number 10, follow the elite Kaji team. Director Kurt ordered. Following his order, the 6 elite Kaji from the Yucca Bank moved the fastest. They broke through the broken door over the hostages' heads and rushed in. The 8 Kaji police officers entered the hall and immediately divided their task. Some searched for the hostages and some guided the hostages. Director Kurt, what else do you need me to do? David reminded Director Kurt in the channel. He was still in the sniper position and did not receive any orders. He did not know what to do next. Number 11, you come over and be the backup team. How could Director Kurt not know that David was here? It was just that he had other plans for David, so he ordered in the channel. The dangerous Kaji battle was about to begin. He would only be safe with David by his side. The most troublesome thing had been taken care of by David. Now, he had to ensure his own safety. As for the battle, the elite Kaji team from the Yucca Bank and the other 2 consultants were enough to win. David did not have any thoughts. He put the Godolphin's Fury sniper rifle on his back and flew back to Director Kurt's side. Ever since he changed to the new exoskeleton armor and gained the ability to fly, it was indeed very convenient. In the past, after finding the sniper position, it would take longer to run over. Especially in the city, the exoskeleton armor was very easy to damage the buildings. Just like the sniper just now, because of the ability to fly, David's sniper only left 4 deep holes on the roof of the building. It did not cause any other damage. Director Kurt, I'll go in and check the body. I'll be right back. As soon as David stopped, he thought of Kaji's body. He calculated the time and said immediately, "Okay, don't rush in. Come back immediately after you go in and check." Director Kurt did not understand David's fighting habit. He thought it was a psychological problem when sniping Kaji, so he agreed and said. David did not hesitate. He sped up and rushed into the hall. Kaji's body was still on the ground. When David came to the body, the shadow attendant automatically rushed up and absorbed a soul into its body. David looked at the war hammer used by the body and could not help but frown. He did not hesitate and directly took the war hammer and left the hall. Director Kurt, I wonder if the weapon of the target I killed is also my spoils of war? David carried the war hammer and asked Director Kurt. David was not clear about the rules of Kia City, but on Planet Monolith, it was like this. It can be distributed like this. You need to register the weapon first, then the police will give it to you as a reward. But this time, I can make the decision and directly reward you with this weapon. Director Kurt was talking to the rescued hostages when he heard David's question and answered with a smile. After hearing that it was David who saved them, the hostages quickly thanked him. David did not speak to them. These hostages would not have any contact with him in the future. He only started to rub the war hammer with his iron hand. Director Kurt also saw David's actions and could not help but look curiously. The originally black war hammer, under David's rubbing, revealed a faint blue glow. It was actually a rank 2 war hammer. Combatants, be careful. The opponent is using a rank 2 weapon. Director Kurt's expression changed and he immediately reminded them in the channel. At first, when he saw the opponent's weapon, he did not think too much. This was because some Kaji did not want the glow of the weapon to be discovered, so they would apply a layer of camouflage on the surface of the weapon. But this was normally a rank 1 weapon. In battle, rank 1 weapons and rank 2 weapons were used in completely different ways. Among the Kaji who participated in this battle, only the elite Kaji team from the Yaka Bank had 2 rank 2 weapons. David looked at his spoils of war with satisfaction. Although he already had 3 second-grade warhammers, the materials for second-grade heavy weapons were extremely valuable. He wouldn't turn his back on them, no matter how many more of them there were. In the Kaji, this was a hard currency. Number 11, you have a good eye, Director Kurt exclaimed. If he had known that this was a rank 2 warhammer, he would not have immediately agreed to reward it to the opponent. Normally, he would first withdraw the registration and then exchange the rank 2 weapon for credits as a reward. Of course, the amount of credits was converted from the contribution points needed to exchange for rank 2 weapons within the government. Contribution points could not be exchanged with credits, only credits could be exchanged with contribution points. There was a huge advantage in this, and it could also make the opponent speechless. Thank you, Director Kurt. David knew that he had taken advantage of the situation, so he smiled and said. While they were talking, the sound of battle came from the channel. The 6 elite Kaji and Balfour from the Yaka Bank were all in the channel. Elite 3, be careful of the defensive position. Damn it, who said they only have 6 Kaji? Elite 1 shouted in the channel. Number 9 is injured. Number 9 is injured. Number 10 also shouted. From the moment the battle started, Number 9 was already injured. It could be seen that the opponent's strength was probably beyond their expectations. Call for support, there is a second team of elite Kaji here. The police's intelligence is all bullshit. Number 9's injury was probably not fatal, so he shouted in a hoarse voice. Number 1 to 8, set up a defense in the hall. Number 10, you take number 9 and retreat. The elite team will retreat as they fight. Can you lead them to the hall? Director Kurt asked as he commanded. No, we need to retreat. We can't hold on, Mr. Balfour. The opponent is about to break through the vault door. The elite team leader's voice was filled with helplessness and frustration. I don't care what method you use, the item must not fall into the opponent's hands. Drag it out for another 3 minutes, and support will arrive. Balfour could not help but shout in the channel. Mr. Balfour, wait to collect our corpses in 3 minutes. I have to consider the lives of my brothers. I am retreating from the battle now, the elite team leader shouted back. The accident came suddenly. David listened to the conversation in the channel, and he was also very surprised. The police only found 6 Kaji, but in fact there were as many as 12 Kaji who entered the bank. It seemed that the item was also something that these Kaji were determined to get, sending out 2 teams of elite Kaji at once, and they even had second-grade weapons. Although they did not know how many weapons there were, it could be seen that this operation was not simple. In the underground vault of the Yucca Bank, the battle was not very intense. One side was retreating quickly, while the other side was attacking. Half of the Kaji were cutting open the door of a vault. The 5 Kaji who attacked all had second-grade weapons. Although they had concealed it on the surface, cutting open the door of the vault had shaved off the coating on the surface of the weapons, revealing the faint blue light inside. The door of the vault was not made of ordinary materials. Fluorescent light could be seen at the part that was cut open. That was the light of a first-grade material. With the thickness of the vault door, even a Kaji with a second-grade weapon would need a long time to break open the door. With the cooperation of the 5 Kaji, the vault door was broken open very quickly, and they would be able to enter soon. Chapter 261. The elite Kaji team of Yucca Bank was completely suppressed by the other elite Kaji team. Fortunately, they only wanted to defend the safe room and did not have any intention of rushing out. When the elite Kaji team of Yucca Bank retreated, they only continued to suppress them, but did not attack. When the elite Kaji team of Yucca Bank retreated from the safe room, 3 of the Kaji's weapons had already been damaged, especially their large shield. The rank 1 shield in the hands of the Kaji team was the most damaged. There were 2 large gashes on the shield, almost cutting it in half. The other 2 elite Kaji's weapons were also severely damaged. At the very least, the 3 elite Kaji's combat power had been reduced by more than half. This was also the reason why the elite Kaji team of Yucca Bank retreated. The 6 Kaji had been together for more than 30 years, and the relationship between them was more than a normal family relationship. In a battle of life and death, the team leader naturally would not let his brothers risk their lives. In this situation, not to mention 3 minutes, even if they stayed for 10 more seconds, one of their brothers could be killed. If it was not for the team leader's prompt decision, the elite Kaji team of Yucca Bank would not be complete. Hearing Balfour's crazy roar in the channel, the team leader of the elite Kaji team showed a helpless expression. Seeing the elite Kaji team of Yucca Bank being forced to retreat, one of the Kaji who stayed in the safe room sneered, "This bunch of trash dares to come here and die. Your team should hurry up, the Yucca Bank will send reinforcements in at most 3 minutes. The team leader shouted to the Kaji team that was breaking the door of the safe room. "Half a minute more, and we will be able to break it open," one of the Kaji team that was breaking the door replied. As he spoke, the Kaji team's rank 2 weapon in their hands sped up. "Team leader, the informant that we left outside just reported that Iron Fist is dead." The Kaji team that was responsible for communicating with the outside world reported to the team leader. "Remember who killed Iron Fist. In the future, you must avenge Iron Fist," the captain said in a deep voice. When he saw Kaji coming over, he guessed that something must have happened to Iron Fist. This operation had been planned for a long time, and everything was under consideration. Iron Fist was only the first layer of protection, and the hidden elite Kaji team was the second. Iron Fist was their brother. Although the quest was still in progress and they could not take revenge, they still had to recognize him first. In the future, they would have to let the person who killed their brother accompany him. "It was a police sniper, Kaji, who did it," Contact Kaji replied. "Why would the police snipe Kaji?" the captain asked doubtfully. "The plan this time was very meticulous. How could there be an extra sniper Kaji?" With their intelligence, they did not even know that another sniper Kaji would appear. In addition, the appearance of a sniper Kaji would bring them a lot of trouble. If they left it alone, they would have to leave at least 3 Kaji behind. Notify the informant, find out where Kaji sniper is. The captain turned around and ordered. Yes, Captain. Captain, the sniper left his sniper position and is now standing outside the Yucca Bank. The soldier replied and began to communicate with his informant outside the bank. Captain, the sniper left his sniper position and is now standing outside the bank. You guys go and help. The sooner we get the item, the sooner we will have time to rush out. Let's take care of Kaji sniper first and avenge Iron Fist before we leave. The captain ordered loudly. Outside the Yucca Bank, the elite Kaji of the bank had already retreated to the defensive line set up by the 8 Kaji officers. Just a moment before them, Number 10 helped Number 9 to retreat here. Number 9 exited the exoskeleton armor, and 2 medics gave him emergency treatment. Director Kurt and Balfour stood behind the defensive line. David stood beside Director Kurt with a long sword in his hand. This was Director Kurt's order. David did not care what the so-called item was. This was the Yucca Bank's business, and it had nothing to do with him. All he had to do was follow the orders of the police, Director Kurt. There was no need to force his way in. To be honest, he had just killed that Kaji in the lobby on the first floor, and he had already completed his mission. As a police consultant, he had done enough. Just wait for the bank to hold you accountable. Balfour looked at the elite Kaji team and said with a pale face, Mr. Balfour, look at our weapons. In just one exchange, half of our team's weapons were destroyed. You want us to use our bodies to fight against a level 2 weapon? Captain Kaji held back his anger and pointed at the broken shield. As an elite Kaji team, all of them were equipped with level 2 weapons. The Yucca Bank had enough financial support. But no matter which organization it was, there were corresponding rules. Level 2 weapons were not cabbages. They required a corresponding amount of contribution to obtain. This was a rule that an organization must have in order to develop well. Captain Kaji knew that his anger was wrong, but he still felt extremely wronged. Just now, when he led the elite Kaji team to rush in, they were blocked by another elite Kaji team. Originally, the 2 elite Kaji teams were not that different in strength. This was because the members of the elite Kaji team were not weak. Every member of the elite Kaji team had spent at least 10 years on Warstar. After going through the baptism of the battlefield, the ones with the most potential were chosen to be nurtured by the organization. These Kaji teams had the highest priority. As long as they continuously completed their missions, they would be able to obtain enough resources. But when the 2 elite Kaji teams met, they were all using level 2 weapons. Although Director Kurt had warned them beforehand, the Kaji team thought that it was normal for the elite Kaji team to have 1 or 2 level 2 weapons. Who would have thought that an elite squad of soldiers would all be using second-grade weapons? It was this unknown factor that caused the elite squad of the Bank of Yucca to be at a disadvantage the moment they came into contact with them. If not for the timely intervention of the 2 police consultants, Number 9 and Number 10, there would have been casualties. This was also the reason why Number 9 was injured. In reality, Number 9 and Number 10 had risked their lives to save the elite Kaji team because they had no other choice. If the elite Kaji team of the Yucca Bank suffered any losses, they would not be able to continue fighting. Director Kurt looked at Balfour and said, Mr. Balfour, the police can only do this much. My people are also injured. There's nothing we can do. He could not do anything about the orders from his superiors. At this moment, Director Kurt was very satisfied. As long as no one died, he would not have to take any responsibility. As for the item that Balfour did not want to talk about, Director Kurt did not even want to hear about it. It was better not to get involved in this kind of big trouble. Director Kurt, you still have 10 Kaji who are not injured. Please send them to buy some time. Balfour looked at the police Kaji who was setting up the defense and said, "Mr. Balfour, the elite Kaji of the Yucca Bank could not deal with the enemy, but you let the ordinary Kaji of the police stop them. Are the lives of our police Kaji not worth anything?" Director Kurt said angrily. The 8 police Kaji looked at Director Kurt with gratitude. If Director Kurt ordered them to die, they would have to do it even if they were bound by discipline. However, as long as Director Kurt was not crazy, he would not give such an order. No matter what the situation was, as long as he gave such an order, his reputation in the entire police system would be ruined. Who would dare to work for him? Would a chief who could send his subordinates to die be trusted by his subordinates? This is Kaji of the police, right? Balfour turned to look at David and asked Director Kurt. He is a consultant for the police, not a full-time police officer. Director Kurt knew what Balfour was thinking and immediately dispelled his idea. The position of a police consultant was an empty position. It did not have a lot of responsibilities. In the consultant contract, there was a clause that stated that when one's life was in danger, one could not accept the orders of the police. At such a time, letting David deal with the elite Kaji alone was putting his life in danger. David had the right to refuse the order. Director Kurt, you said he was very strong. Balfour said to Director Kurt, then turned to look at David and said, "This Kaji, I can represent the Yucca Bank to hire you. As long as you can delay those Kaji for 3 minutes. Balfour paused for a moment, looked at the time on his bracelet and said, "Just 2 minutes. I'm sorry, I'm not hiring Kaji." David directly refused. "This Kaji, you can listen to my conditions. 50 million credits for your help." Balfour was desperate. He only knew that Director Kurt said that David was the strongest here, so the only solution he could think of was Kaji, who was wearing a special exoskeleton armor. "I'm not hiring Kaji," David said again. Just then, a red light flashed on Balfour's bracelet. This made Balfour's face pale. "The vault has been broken into," Balfour muttered to himself with a gloomy expression. The Yucca Bank's security was excellent. Its own network was not connected to Skynet, and it also had its own AI system. Once there was an accident, all the key targets would be automatically locked onto. This kind of lock could not be activated by the local bank. It could only be activated by the higher-ups. Before the vault was breached, Balfour still had a glimmer of hope that the heavy door made of Grade 1 materials could withstand the attack for a while. Now it was too late. Once the elite Kaji got their hands on the items, with the sharpness of a Grade 2 weapon, they did not need to leave through the door. At least from Balfour's point of view, if he was under the command of the other party, he would not be able to leave. Although the defense of the Yucca Bank's entrance was not enough to stop the elite Kaji. In the vault, the leader of the elite Kaji team led the way into the vault. The walls of the vault were full of safety deposit boxes. These safety deposit boxes needed to be verified with the corresponding owner's ID bracelet. A robot would remove the safety deposit box from the wall, and the insurer would use a key to open it manually. Every safety deposit box here was owned by someone with a lot of money in Kia City. The value of the box was very difficult to estimate. Once the safety deposit boxes of the Yucca Bank were opened, the items inside would be stolen. Then the Yucca Bank would not only lose their wealth, but also their 1,000 years of reputation. The Kaji team leader did not care about the safety deposit boxes on the wall. Although the wealth there was very tempting to him and the other elite Kaji team members, they only knew that if they knew what they were doing, they would only take the risk. However, they also knew that if they only took the target's item, then it would just be a conflict between the two organizations. If they dared to touch the Yucca Bank's safety deposit box, then what awaited them would be the Yucca Bank's relentless pursuit. This was the rule of the game between organizations. The life and death of the people under them did not matter. As long as they did not touch on sensitive points, the organizations would not do anything to the people under them. However, if they crossed this line, then with the power of the Bank, no matter what organization they were, they would have to consider whether it was worth it to protect the Kaji who crossed the line. If the elite Kaji team touched the safety deposit boxes, they would be destroying the 1,000 years of reputation of the Bank. This kind of action was the rhythm of going against the Bank to the end. Therefore, even if they were very tempted, none of the elite Kaji team members dared to touch the wall that represented the wealth. Found it. It's really here. The Kaji team leader saw a safety deposit box that was half the height of a person. He could not help but be surprised. The safety deposit box was very high. It was so high that even he could not open it. This was because it was made of rank 2 materials that had been strengthened. After sacrificing the sharpness, a special formula was used to increase the hardness of the rank 2 materials. Even rank 2 weapons would not be able to break this safety deposit box. However, the Kaji team leader did not want to break this safety deposit box. He did not have the authority to do so. His mission was to take this safety deposit box away and hand it to the designated person. Then, his mission would be completed. The Kaji team leader stepped forward and lifted the safety deposit box. He then waved his hand at the Kaji team leader beside him. The Kaji team leader on the side helped him secure the safety deposit box to the back of the Kaji team leader's exoskeleton armor. Brothers, the mission is complete. You can keep these rank 2 weapons. The rewards for the mission are also very generous. The Kaji team leader announced. This sentence made the 10 elite Kaji team members very excited. The rank 2 weapons in their hands did not belong to them. They were given them before the mission. However, they did not expect that the reward for this mission would include rank 2 weapons in their hand. This kind of unexpected surprise made the elite Kaji team members very happy. With rank 2 weapons, they could increase their combat strength, accept higher-level missions, and complete more difficult missions. In the future, their resources would also be better and better. For any Kaji team member, having a rank 2 weapon was a leap in strength. The Kaji team members who had rank 1 weapons could only be suppressed by them, just like today. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.